Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? Been a while, eh? It's been a while. Please let me know in the comments where you guys are tuning in from, where you're watching from. And man, I mean, can you believe this news? Like, I wanted to go live earlier, but I just got off a flight and I was like, I can't believe these mass murderers are going to make me do a broadcast. Like, can they not stop killing for one day? But anyway, I mean, it's just, it's insane. It's insane. We're going to dive in a second. I'm just going to shout out all your cities and all your countries, if I can find the window. There we go. We've got people tuning in from Slovenia, from the West Coast, California, Bangladesh, Canada, Jamaica, Belgium, Michigan, Pakistan, Austin, Texas, California, Brazil, New Zealand, Detroit, Baghdad. The whole planet is here, man. Someone is tuning in from Netanyahu's bunker. How's the reception? That's excellent, man. Excellent. People tuning in from Hamburg, from Liberia, the Netherlands, Seattle, Cuba. Man, I love this. I love this. I was actually I just got back from Belgium. I was hanging out with the most venerable Claire Daly and Mick Wallace, and yeah, it was good to be there. It was really good. And yeah, so just before I go into the whole Iran and Israel thing, I'll just give you an update on the case. They so there's still this investigation going on in both countries, right? And in Austria and the UK. So I'm just waiting to see what happens. I mean, it's no idea what's going to happen. I could be in jail in a few months. I could be free. I don't know. They haven't deterred me from doing my job. I was just busy writing the book. But I mean, obviously they stole all the equipment, so that is certainly meant to deter someone from reporting. And there's obviously the whole, chilling effect that it has on me and others, or is intended to have in any case. And I appreciate you guys donating and helping me to get back, or rather repurchase a lot of the equipment. It's a pain in the ass because I had to, I build my own computer, so I had to go and like research what are the latest processors and all this crap, because I haven't done it for like 4 or 5 years, right? I mean, that by itself takes weeks to figure out and then get all the right parts. It's just, that's the whole goal behind taking all of my stuff, right? That is definitely the goal, is to cripple my work, because they have a problem with my journalism, which is public, which is online, which is free, which is consumable and available to everyone internationally. And so they don't need anything from here, but they came and took it anyway, because that's the whole intention. They kill journalists, jail them, whatever, right? No democracy. This is all a myth. In any case, I can't go anywhere now without being recognized. So I guess that's one of the perks of being an international terrorist. Like, it's wild. Anyway, so let's get down to business and talk about this. What do we even call it? I mean, really, what do we call it? It's like an extension of the genocide, but its own war as well. And it's like, I mean, if you ask some people, they'll call it Armageddon. I guess we're waiting to find out, aren't we? But let's dive right in, okay? So here, you guys should be able to see this. I'm going to try and go through this chronologically. This is going to be a long-ass live stream. There's no way this war was going to start without me, so... okay, we're going to do one of those long ones, okay? One of those classic Richard Medhurst live streams. All right, you know it. So we're going to go through from the beginning. We're going to do this correctly. We're going to do this properly. Okay. There's so much stuff open here. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so there we go. You guys, you should be able to see this on the screen right now. And yeah, so that's from the aftermath, but we're not going to talk about that just yet. There we go. So the Israelis on Friday the 13th, 2025, decided to go and attack Iran. And this has been described in a multitude of ways as a decapitation strike, as, you know, a preemptive strike. I mean, let's just cut the, you know, the neoconservative George Bush language out, please. And this is ridiculous, right? I mean, preemptive strike implies that you are about to be attacked. Iran wasn't about to attack anyone. So this was an act of aggression. It was an act of war by the Israelis. And they've been planning for this for a very, very long time. This should come as no surprise to anyone. And what they did is they went specifically for scientists. They went and killed Iranian nuclear scientists in their homes with their families, of course, because that's what Israelis do. And then they also went and targeted the nuclear sites where uranium is enriched, such as Natanz. And I'll go into much more detail about the nuclear deal because I covered it on the ground in Vienna. So this is one of the topics I know best, know it like the back of my hand. And I can tell you exactly who's telling the truth and who's, you know, how far Iran's capabilities extend and reach. But in any case, they targeted the scientists, the nuclear sites, and they also went after other Iranian military sites that really aren't necessarily linked to a nuclear program or a potential nuclear weapons program at all. So this is very much intended to be a crippling blow against Iran to make sure that their military can't respond. Okay. And of course, there's the complete disregard for civilian life. But I want to go through this, you know, methodically and begin just by going through a few of the names of the people that they targeted. I mean, just, you know, they killed the head of the IRGC, right? The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I mean, this is, I cannot overstate how scandalous this is, how great it is on a scale of a blow. It is really, really the equivalent of taking out, you know, the commander of the United States Marine Corps. Or I guess when Soleimani was killed, you know, one U.S. politician described it as taking out the U.S. defense minister. That's an appropriate analogy. I wouldn't go so far as to say as you know, General Hossein Salami was as big of a figure as Soleimani, and Soleimani was head of the Quds Force, right? Not the IRGC, but he was in the IRGC. So, you know, it's difficult to kind of find you an equivalent in a Western army, but just understand that this is really, really, really a big deal. Now, in addition to that, the Israelis targeted the chief of staff. Now, that is a role, a command position that you do have in most armies around the world. So, you know, there's no need to equate it with anything else. But really just insane stuff. I mean, it's so provocative that, you know, you're basically begging or asking for a severe reaction. And here's the list of commanders that have been killed. So that, as I said, Hossein Salami, then there's Bagheri, who is the chief of staff. And here we also have Hajizadeh. So he's in the IRGC, but in the aerospace force. Okay, so that will involve not just you know, potential nuclear weapons program, but just anything to do with air defense and, you know, aerospace program. Remember, the Iranians in recent years, they've been working a lot also on their space program. So that is not something necessarily militarized, but nevertheless important for their advancement in sciences. And this is just terrible, you know, for that. And they want to make it out like all of these targets are military people and that it's justified to murder them in their homes, but it's not necessarily true. So we'll go back to that in a bit. And here, for example, they killed the head of Iran's, the former head of Iran's Atomic Energy Organization. So that's not the IAEA in Vienna, okay? It sounds similar, but it's basically the equivalent in Iran, okay? So the head of their nuclear agency, which is again, it's neither, you know, the Iranians don't have a nuclear weapons program, so it's purely civilian, really, right? It could be a weapons program. They could have one, and I'll come back to that. But again, they don't mistake these for being, you know, the same things. Like the guy here, when we're talking about the chief of staff of of Iran's armed forces, you know, you can't equate him with the head of their atomic energy organization, right? But it's just so you understand the key people. But not all of them have military roles. Here we have another person, for example, a nuclear scientist, Tehranchi, who is an academic teaching at university, you know? So they've gone indiscriminately and kill these people in their homes in residential areas. And this is very similar to what they've been doing in Gaza, where they have this AI program called Where's Daddy, right? And as the name implies, they basically go, you can understand from the name, from the cynical name, that they kill the whole family. They, instead of fighting or assassinating someone on the battlefield, where you're having a legal armed conflict, they would just wait for them to go home because they know they're going to be there with their families, and then just kill them along with their wives and their children, which is completely illegal, right? Because they're outside the battlefield, they've laid down the weapons, and they're at home, and they resume their civilian status. But of course, the Israelis just go and kill them. For them, it's fair game, right? And I find that a very interesting double standard, because on October 7, they were saying, well, oh, these are just poor, Israelis who went to a festival. Meanwhile, a lot of them are in the armed forces, right? They're in the Israeli Defense Forces. They're part of that occupation. During the day, they are basically implementing and helping to operate everything from gates to, drones, the whole system of apartheid. And so technically, legally speaking, yes, if they're off duty, you can't target them. But they were making it out to be the worst crime in history, and then they go and murder Palestinians in their homes. They have no problem doing that, and even though they're off duty, and they go and do the same thing now with Iranians. So what's going on here? Either we all agree that it's not okay to do that outside of a battlefield, or all bets are off. And then what is this, law of the jungle? So just to show you that hypocrisy of the Israelis. It's really, really scandalous. So these are some of the people that they went and killed. Dozens are killed and hundreds wounded already, just so you have a rough estimate. And they've gone and bombed the Natanz enrichment facility, right? This is one of the main, probably the main Iranian nuclear site, although they have other ones at Fordow and so on. But Natanz is really the big prize. And they've attacked Natanz before, by the way, okay? So this time, though, they intended it to be a permanently crippling strike. It's not clear yet what's happened, but thankfully, there's been no radiation leaks, apparently. Okay, so I don't know how long that will remain true, but it really shows you how scandalous this whole thing is. Like, they have no respect or no consideration whatsoever for the potential fallout, and I mean that in a literal sense of nuclear fallout, from bombing an enrichment facility. You could have disastrous effects, not just in Iran, but the wind can carry it. You could even hurt other Israelis by doing this. It has that potential. It's not, completely far-fetched to have something, you remember with Chernobyl, for example, the nuclear fallout that was carried all across Europe, and then, really all the way in the middle of Central Europe, people had to go inside and to clean the streets. This is a big, serious issue, and no one seems to care about that. And this is not the first time the Israelis bomb a nuclear site in Iran, but at all. They've been doing this, for decades now, and they've done it in Iraq, and they've done it in Syria. Well, they claim they had one in Syria. We don't really know, but in any case, I'll show you some of the footage and images of what's going on here. So, yeah, you guys should be able to see this now. So these are some of the people we were just talking about that they killed, and here's some of the footage from the streets of Tehran, these residential buildings that they've taken out. You can see here also one of the, looks like ammunition going off. Right, so it's not clear if this is some kind of fuel depot or ammunition dump, but, it's one of the two. And then we've also got, again, children just laying dead in the street. So you can add Iranian children to that long list of children that Israel likes to kill, or indiscriminately kills, and then pretends that it didn't kill, Yemeni children, Palestinian children, Syrian children, Lebanese children, now Iranian children, and of course Iraqi children. I mean, it's a very, very long list. It's a very, very long list. But of course, they don't matter. They don't matter, right? I mean, if this happened in a Western city, there would be outrage, right? If this happened to the Israelis, outrage. But when the Israelis do it to someone else, it doesn't count. Interesting double standard. Here, this is this is the home of a professor of nuclear sciences at one of the universities in Tehran. He was targeted. Look at the rubble. Yeah, I saw many things like this. I saw many things like this when I was reporting in Beirut recently. All over the place. They just come and bomb, flatten an entire building, or sometimes when they care enough to do it, they'll take out like one apartment, which goes to show you they can be very surgical when they want to, but there's no method to the madness. It's just, it's arbitrary. But my point here is just to show you that if they wanted to reduce civilian casualties in Gaza, they absolutely could. They just don't want to. They don't care to. And don't think that just because one building here was taken out that's surgical. It's not. They still killed the guy with his family. You can't use disproportionate force against even a soldier, never mind a civilian, a scientist, and kill them with their family just because you don't want to make the effort, or because you actually purposely want to strike terror into the hearts of a population. I mean, that's really what's going on here. The Israelis know they can just get them a different way, like on the motorcycles when they used to kill scientists in 2010, 2012, with the help of the CIA and the MEK. And not that that's okay either, right? Because you're still murdering a civilian. But it just goes to show you that they purposely wanted to do the whole theatrics of dropping bombs inside of these civilian areas and residential areas across Iran, not just in Tehran. And I mean, this is the result. People devastated, families destroyed, and then we're supposed to believe that the Israelis are the ultimate victims when the death toll says otherwise. The quantifiable death toll says otherwise. And always says otherwise. So I'll show you some clips of Netanyahu speaking here, and I mean, you can make of it what you will, but
to the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again.
Here's another one.
Tonight I wish to speak to you, the proud people of Iran. We're in the midst of one of the greatest military operations in history, Operation Rising Lion. The Islamic regime, which has oppressed you for nearly 50 years, threatens to destroy my country, the State of Israel. The objective of Israel's military operation is to remove this threat, both the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat to Israel. And as we achieve our objectives, we're also clearing the path for you to achieve your objective, which is freedom, my country, the state. In the past 24 hours, we've taken out top military commanders, senior nuclear scientists, the Islamic regime's most significant enrichment facility, and a large portion of its ballistic missile arsenal. More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them. The nation of Iran and the nation of Israel have been true friends since the days of Cyrus the Great. And the time has come for you to unite around your flag and your historic legacy by standing up for your freedom from an evil and oppressive regime. It has never been weaker. This is your opportunity to stand up and let your voices be heard. Woman, life, freedom. Zan, Zandegi, Azadi. As I said yesterday and many times before, Israel's fight is not with you. It's not with you, the brave people of Iran, whom we respect and admire. Our fight is with our common enemy, a murderous regime that both oppresses you.
Christ, he's really laying it on a bit, isn't he? The beautiful people of Iran, which we love to kill, by the way. We love you so much. Here, have another bomb. Yeah, all right, calm down. I mean, he's so full of it, honestly. Anyway, so the big question after this is what the hell happens next? Because this is really like full-blown declaration of war. Make no mistake, okay? Make no mistake. You've taken out the bloody chief of staff. You've taken out all these nuclear scientists, these, university professors. Come on. I mean, you're asking for it, right? It's very clear. There's no other way about it. And so the Iranians did respond. But, you know, I'll talk about this in a more strategic sense in a second after I've shown you the footage, because the question is, well, what kind of a response do you elicit after this? I mean, is it going to be enough to deter the Israelis? Is it going to be enough to you know, lead to a lasting peace, or is this going to go to an all-out war? I mean, I'll get to that in a second. I just want to show you the clips of all these missiles that have been coming in around the clock. It's still happening right now. They've still got fresh salvos that have been fired. It's quite extraordinary. And so you remember we were supposed to have True Promise 3 quite a while ago. That was promised, pun intended, and yet it never came. So by my count, we should actually be at True Promise 4 by now after yesterday's events. But anyway, some kind of retaliation did come, and it came not only in Tel Aviv, but namely or chiefly at Tel Aviv. And here's some of the footage. There's a lot of this. So those things that are taken off from the ground, those are SAMs, or surface-to-air missiles, and it's a combination. You know, usually the Iron Dome, which is what a lot of people think of, that's for short-range rockets. But for medium and longer-range ones, you have Arrow and you know, David Sling. But Iran were firing hypersonic missiles. Can't really do much in that case, and. Notice how this looks like a residential area. Why do they have missile silos in residential areas? You know, they accuse everyone else of using human shields. The Israelis always accuse other people of using human shields, and yet we see them on video, on camera, using Palestinians as human shields. They use them to check booby-trapped tunnels and homes. They send them down, you know, dark alleyways that they're too afraid to check themselves. And they tie them to jeeps, right? Even there's a photograph of that. I think, what was it, Daily Mail or Telegraph or something, about 2 decades ago. They had that a story on that. Literally tied a teenage boy to a jeep to use as a human shield. And so they always have this accusation, well, they're hiding weapons in their homes. They're doing this in Lebanon. We have to bomb people in Lebanon, just kill them in their homes because, you know, and go blame Hezbollah, and go blame Hamas. But look, they have the Ministry of Defense in the middle of Tel Aviv in a residential area, all right? I'll come back to this aspect at this point in a second, but let's keep looking at the footage. I mean, that, you know, they're not playing around with those hypersonic missiles. Goodness. It's quite terrifying. The speed at which those things come down at, it's really, really quite terrifying. And we've seen the Russians use them too. As far as we know, the Americans don't have their own. Don't know if that's 100% true. I mean, if I were them, I wouldn't necessarily want to reveal that. But in any case, we've seen them used by Iran and by Russia in battle. And they're definitely, you know, it looks like Zeus or God, you know, God throwing down a thunderbolt, basically. It's quite terrifying. Here's more footage of the wreckage from Tel Aviv. People have obviously drawn comparisons between this and Gaza, although in all fairness, this hardly looks like Gaza. I mean, in terms of scale. But yes, you know, in some frames, it certainly does resemble the destruction. And here you can see more of these missiles coming down. I mean, it's really, by the way, the Yemenis, I forgot to mention, have also used their own hypersonic missiles. But here's more footage. Just so much of this it's just nonstop. Like, you have to understand, we are really in, you know, in a situation of like all-out war. It's happened. It's happened. It's not hypothetical. It's happening right now, right this second. And there was one clip in particular of an Israeli settler who was filming from their balcony, I think. And hold on, that one was really quite special. Yeah, I'll find that in a second. But look at this again. Look at the speed of this thing. I mean, you can barely catch it. Like if you look away for a split second, you'll miss it. Unbelievable. That's terrifying. That is terrifying. And you can see these. Yeah, it's just, you know, the internet is littered with these videos. See the shockwave there. Honestly, if, you know, there was a bit of doubt earlier about if Iran or whether Iran would respond or how they would respond, because, I mean, strategically speaking, yes, they obviously failed to deter any assassinations, right? But no, these things are coming down. They're definitely coming down. There's it definitely looks like it's larger than any of the previous promises, so to speak, and, you know, previous attacks or responses. No, it's definitely bigger. I don't know if that's going to be enough to stop anything or stop the Israelis, but the quantity, the intensity, it's certainly greater. And yeah, there's that one clip I'm trying to find of this settler, but I think it might be this one. Yeah, it's easy to get lost, right, with all of this stuff. But here's this. Here, take a look at this one. And notice again where these barrages, excuse me, the silos are located. Yeah, so this is an Israeli filming from the balcony, right? They're in a residential area in Tel Aviv. And then all of a sudden you got bloody SAMs coming out of the ground in a residential area, okay? So keep that in mind next time you hear, oh, Hezbollah, Hamas are hiding weapons in this and that area, right? Like as a justification to just use disproportionate violence against civilians. The double standard, the hypocrisy is just like, it's, you know, off the charts. Wait for it.
Okay.
So do you see what happened? So the Iranians struck the SAM launchers after they I mean, I don't know if they were depleted of their ammo, but think of how significant that is. That's similar to the tactics that we saw being used in Lebanon, where, you know, Hezbollah would basically trick the Israelis into emptying their Iron Dome battery in one direction, and then they would hit it from a different one, right? So basically, I don't know if that was the intended purpose here, but in any case, they hit the SAM launcher here, which is, I mean, astonishing. It's really astonishing, and it was again a hypersonic missile. You could barely see it coming in because it's so fast. Really, like, this is no joke what's going on. It's no joke. Here, I'll let Trey, so Trey is, Trey Yingst works for Fox News. I like his reporting because the guy's he's balanced, you know? But every time it's funny because he'll, like, talk, you know, he'll be with the Israelis, like, talking about what's happening to them. And then as soon as he gives, like, any kind of sympathy, or rather just tells the truth about what they're doing to the Palestinians, they, like, say, oh, Hamas. And then it's like, you know, you can't do your job normally. And they try to stop him from reporting, right? Like, they try to, you'll see in a second, they tried to shut him up or like move his camera away from filming the destruction because of how embarrassing it is.
The Iranians have responded with 3 waves of ballistic missiles. This is Israel's version of the Pentagon, the Kiryat. And the building on this compound was just hit.
Please go back. Go back, please. Go back, please.
You can understand here, it's very
There's that free Israeli press that we keep hearing about, that only democracy in the Middle East.
tense at this specific location because the Iranians are now targeting the defense establishment of Israel. And so I'm going to have my cameraman pan up here to this building just across the street from the Kiryat. And so the Iranians have responded.
Lech Leshama! You know, I try to pick out what they're saying sometimes in Hebrew because half of it is stolen from Arabic, so you can sometimes pick out the words. I couldn't pick that one out. But anyway, here you can see Trey also again talking about the intensity of the strikes.
Yeah, John Sandra, you saw those live images. Israel is under a massive ballistic missile barrage. I have reported here for nearly 7 years and never seen such an attack against an Israeli city. The amount of air defense that you saw going off there it's unprecedented. It appears that they are targeting some of the centrally located positions in Tel Aviv. Remember, Israel's Ministry of Defense, the Kiryat, their version of the Pentagon, is located just a couple miles from here. The fact that they had to start using those short-range missile defense systems indicates that this is a direct attack on Israel's second largest city. We don't know what's happening in other areas, and we have to wait and gather more information to get a full understanding of what was targeted. But from what we could see and what you saw in those live images, massive explosions rocking the skyline. You could hear the explosions, flashes of light in Tel Aviv. That's when we made the decision to get a little bit more cover because this is an unprecedented moment for Israel.
So the building he's talking about, the Kiryat, as he correctly pointed out, is the Israelis' equivalent of the Pentagon or their MOD. So this is what the building looks like, okay? And again, there's this question of why is this in a residential area? This is not just a building, right? That is well, yeah, it's a military building, and an adversary could certainly interpret it as a target. And it begs the question: if the Israelis always complain about civilians, being used as human shields, why would they go and place the hub, the center, the absolute center of their military command and control in the capital city on top of a residential area? There's even an Israeli article about this that I'll show you in a second. I think it was from Haaretz. It's from 2012, and it also begs the question of why is this there? And there's a good little map. There's a good little map showing that it's surrounded by shopping malls. I think there's a stadium as well. And the hypocrisy again off the charts. So give me a second to pull this up. Again, there's a million documents I've got ready for you. So yeah, here it is. Okay, so I'm pulling out the map for you. You can take a look at that. This is from Israeli media, okay? And you can see the Kiryat, the Israelis' version of the Pentagon, the Ministry of Defense, and where it's placed. I mean, it's right next to, the Opera Building. I can't make out all these because they're a bit blurred out, but you can see there's a stadium here. They've got, cultural sites. There's a port. What's it doing there? And keep in mind, this thing has a whole fortress underground, right? Here's Glenn Greenwald, who posted this yesterday, said, Israel in 2021 built its new IDF Supreme Command Post in the heart of Tel Aviv, buried beneath blocks of civilian buildings. Called the Fortress of Zion, it was deliberately placed so it couldn't be attacked without seeming to target civilian sites, right? So I'm assuming, as Glenn is, that's the intention, is to use other Israelis literally as human shields, right? Hypocrisy. I mean, Israelis are no stranger to hypocrisy. And then, you know, in the worst case, well, if Israelis get killed, then they can just use them as propaganda, right? And that's exactly what they accuse the Palestinians of doing, which is not the case, because they don't even have, you know, a fraction of the infrastructure and budget and these crazy ass intentions to even do that. But what do we say? Every Zionist accusation is a confession, is it not? So here, this is also regarding Lebanon, right? Remember when Israel claimed Lebanese people were hiding missiles in their kitchens to justify murdering civilians? Here, this is from the Israeli Defense Forces, their official Twitter account. They had these ridiculous, like, 3D animations of, you know, missiles and trucks being hidden within civilian buildings. And, you know, it's... I mean, even if it were true, and we don't have any evidence that this is actually true, but even if it were true, in the best case scenario, it makes the Israelis the most, you know, the biggest hypocrites on the planet. This is in the best case scenario, even if what they're saying is true, and we really have more than reasonable grounds to doubt that they're ever telling the truth, because they always lie. You remember they said there was an underground complex under the what was it, the El Shifa hospital? I mean, they've said it about every hospital at this point, but, you know, they had a whole 3D animated video a la George Bush. You remember when Donald Rumsfeld was looking up that he was on Fox News and holding up that schematic of some kind of, like, James Bond underground layer for bin Laden. It's the same, you know, level of lying and bullshitting, right? It hasn't changed. The animations even look the same. It's like they hired the same graphic artist to do it. They have, like, one guy who does this. So, you know, just to make this very, very clear about the hypocrisy with human shields and stuff, I really want to drive that point home. I really want to drive it home because it needs to be said, and it has to be pointed out. But really, the footage that's coming out of here is wild. And you know, the Iranians so far, they fired, I think, I mean, we said, some people said in the beginning it was 100 drones, and then it became 200, and then 800. I don't think we are going to get the real number from anyone, frankly, because the Iranians are not going to want to admit how many they fired, because you know, it's not good for security, and the Israelis are not going to admit either how many, you know, hit them, and how many they were able to shoot down, because it's also not good for their security, and you know, they don't want to reveal information about their operational capabilities, and also it's embarrassing. So I don't think anyone is going to give us the real figure. But I think it's safe to assume, given the information that we have, that it's in the hundreds of missiles and drones. I think this is a more than accurate assessment. So, you know, most of the footage I've shown you so far, you can tell it's pitch black. It's at night. Okay, but we've got stuff coming in now during the day, right? So, like, right now from this morning. Okay. So I'm gonna try and pull up the latest clips that have come out, but it's I told you, man, this is gonna be a long ass stream because there's so much to go through, and this is day one of the war. It was still on day one. Oh man. Anyway, this is honestly, this clip, I don't know if it's actually from last night or from, like, this night. It could be from True Promise 2. I don't know, but we're dealing with a response on this scale, and certainly even greater. So just, you know, keep that in mind. This is from Fox. So, damaged area in Ramat Gan after Iran retaliates against Israel. I'm glad they got the order right. Yes, Iran retaliated and responded to Israel. Yes. It looks like Gaza. It looks like Lebanon now, doesn't it? In that particular frame, you know. But they have the luxury. The Israelis have the luxury of using rescue equipment, and they have thermal drones, you know, that can fly above a building or the wreckage, the rubble, and check if someone is alive or buried underneath, and then proceed to rescue them. Palestinians don't have that luxury. You know, the Israelis have controlled for decades what comes in, including basic things like cement, right? So they'll blow up your home, bury your family underneath. You can't rescue them, and then you can't rebuild your own house. I mean, it's just, you know, evil on another level. So anyway, I just obviously, war is not nice for anyone, even if you have the capability or the equipment to rescue someone. But you know, there is an imbalance here. Just when we say, or someone says that, oh, that looks like Gaza, that looks like Lebanon, don't think that it really is on the same scale, or that even the rescue efforts are comparable, because they're not. You know, after a bombing, an Israeli bombing, people can't even rescue their own families a lot of the times. You have thousands of people still buried under the rubble, Okay, so it's not entirely comparable, or even remotely comparable, frankly. I'm trying to get you some more clips. Yeah, so this is from like an hour, 2 hours ago. These are the more recent strikes. Although this is, again, this has been going on all night. Yeah, so this is in Rishon LeZion. I'm assuming that's how they would pronounce it. South of Tel Aviv. Okay. Then we've also got more footage from that area. Ula. And here, this from Elijah saying that Israel has said they've suffered great destruction. So electricity, basically, their electricity grid has been damaged. Now, I don't know if that's intentional or not, because once you start hitting critical infrastructure like the power grid and water and, you know, desalination plants and these sorts of things in hospitals, then you risk, of course, the Israelis doing the same if they haven't already. And we know that they're more than capable of doing that. They've done it in Gaza. And then, you know, it's definitely going to escalate. So I don't know if that's on purpose, but it's starting to impact various sectors, obviously, without question. Now, here Trey also said that they've got incoming fire east of Haifa, so it's really all over the place. It's not limited just to Tel Aviv. This from the Associated Press. We've got more clips of Iranian missiles coming in. And according to TASS, so that's a Russian outlet, they're saying that Iran has struck around 150 or over 150 different targets in Israel. Again, I don't think we're ever going to get the real story from either side because of security considerations and so on. But it's quite significant, honestly, what's going on. And this is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Now, the Iranians also say that they've shot down 2 F-35 jets. If that's true, I mean, it's unbelievable because this has never happened before. We've never seen anyone shoot down an F-35. The Americans have always touted it as being, you know, this like invincible jet. And I'm not even going to get into all the technical, like the billions that have been spent on developing this thing. It's actually, you know, more of an economic failure than a proper plane. But anyway, no one's shot one down in an actual war until now. And the Iranians are also saying that they actually captured one of the pilots alive, a female pilot. But I think the Israelis have denied the story. I'm not 100% sure. Again, just even if they deny it doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't happen. We haven't seen any evidence of this yet. Okay, just to be clear, it's still unconfirmed at this point, but nevertheless significant if true. And Netanyahu, you can see, buggered off from Israel altogether. Here, Matt posted this earlier. So Benjamin Netanyahu's official plane, the Wing of Zion, took off at 6:28 a.m., spent 45 minutes circling off the coast of Tel Aviv before landing. 4 hours later, took off again and flew to Athens, Greece. I'm assuming that when they took off and circled up in the air, it was probably just because it's safer to get to get him when you're doing close protection like that on this kind of scale. Is just get the hell off the ground and get in the air. You know, you might be safer up there. I think they then landed when they ascertained that it's okay. They probably refueled, restocked, resupplied, and then took off to Greece. I don't know. I'm just assuming. But the fact that he left everyone, it's really just like, I don't know what to say, right? Like it's not just Netanyahu or specific to Netanyahu, because I can imagine most European or Western leaders doing the exact same thing, right? It's but what am I supposed to say? I mean, the guy's not a coward. He's something much worse than that. I just don't have the right word. It's on the tip of my tongue. It starts with a C. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, you can see also people running to the airport, all the Israeli settlers trying to get out, and of course the airport has been shut numerous times in the past weeks and months, especially when you've got hypersonics coming in from Yemen. I don't know if it's actually shut right now. I'm assuming it is. And I think rightfully so. But you could see the chaos. This really strikes at the heart of the whole issue, because this is once again one of these, quote unquote privileges, rather. It's not exactly a privilege, but it's a possibility for survival that's afforded to Israelis, even in the worst case scenario, that Palestinians do not have, simply because they have nowhere else to go. The Israeli settlers, multiple passports, they can easily get a second nationality because their parents or the grandparents don't actually come from that area. They probably come from, the United States or from Ukraine or whatever. It's a country of settlers, of settler colonizers. By definition, they're not indigenous to that place, right? And, the Israelis will certainly go and get a nationality for a spy operation. Like when they did that assassination in Dubai, one of them went and claimed German nationality, and they used Australian passports, but those are fake. But they still actually tried to claim German nationality just for the sake of assassinating someone, right? So, I mean, my point here is just that Palestinians don't have an airport because the Israelis won't let them have one. You want to travel, you've got to go through Jordan, or you've got to go through, Tel Aviv. They've made sure the Palestinians are boxed in every aspect, militarily, economically, politically, socially. Every resource has been controlled and withdrawn from them, so they have no agency whatsoever. And we've seen this multiple times in the last year and a half, where the Israeli settlers suddenly run to Ben Gurion and then they try to take off and leave. Well, I mean, if you want a peaceful solution to the conflict, why not just actually let the Palestinians have their land back? I don't understand why they insist on staying in a war zone and occupying someone else's land at everyone's expense and, peril. Because this is not just, don't think it's just a war now between Iran and Israel. This might easily turn into a world war. Really. We could be facing a nuclear war, and you've already got that risk over in Ukraine, Russia. So let's talk about, let's zoom out a bit now from the footage and just talk about the Americans, because I mean, I boy, do I have quite a mouthful to say. So I'm just going to switch over to the other stuff I've got for you here, okay? Right. Here we go. So the Americans. Now, the line that we've been hearing, okay, the line we've been hearing from a lot of people, and especially, I mean, U.S. officials in particular, is that, oh, well, we had nothing to do with this. That was at least during the first couple of hours. Oh, the Israelis acted unilaterally. We are poor, innocent Uncle Sam America. We would never do anything wrong. And, they just happened to do this by themselves with the money, intelligence, bombs, and stuff that we gave them. We had nothing to do with it, right? And then, obviously, the truth came out, and I'll show you this post here from Daddy Orange Man himself, and he says, "I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest of words to just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told. That the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, yeah. And that Israel has a lot of it and much more to come. And they know how to use it. Okay, thank you, yes. So, certain Iranian hardliners spoke bravely, but they didn't know what was about to happen. They are all dead. And now it will only get worse. There has already been great death and destruction, but there's still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being even more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there's nothing left, and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire." What? No, what does that got to do with this? No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it's too late. God bless you all. It's a bit rich coming from a guy who threatened to strike Iran's cultural sites. Yeah, remember that? On Twitter, where he threatened to bomb their cultural sites, which is illegal and a war crime. Anyway, several points here. I'm going to get to the nuclear issue and this rank hypocrisy about a deal in a second, because I know that topic very, 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 very well. But I just want to start out with this like slimy, duplicitous bullshit from the Americans about, oh, we had nothing to do with it. And then, you know, how can you claim this? And how can you have so many morons like this all over the place going, oh, the American people aren't interested in foreign wars. Yeah, but you keep paying for them and, you know, financing them and backing them. So, you know, whether you're interested or you're not, you have to take responsibility. What is this like? Oh, we have nothing to do with this, but it's just made in the USA and financed by the USA and guided by the USA, but we have nothing to do with this. We don't want this. Which one is it? You can't have that. These are mutually exclusive statements, okay? And here, like this stuff. Oh, I remember when Trump was on the campaign trail, he was going to stop the Ukraine and Israel wars, and today Israel bombed Iran. What happened? You're gullible is what happened. I mean, like, did I not tell you this a million times? Did I not tell you he's going, regardless who wins, Biden or Trump, they're going to keep that Ukraine war going, and they're going to keep giving the Israelis weapons and keep that occupation of Israel, the Israeli occupation of Syria's Golan Heights, of Palestine, the expansion in the West Bank going. It's not going to change. Like, you being gullible and ignoring Donald Trump's, like, when Trump had his first term, he did more for Israel than all the US presidents combined before him. Okay? That's my statement, and I stand by it. When he moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, he broke with US policy. He broke with all of the UN Security Council resolutions that have been passed unanimously and or by an overwhelming majority. Like 242, for example, telling Israel to withdraw from the Golan Heights. He then recognized Syria's Golan Heights as Israeli. That they even built a settlement named after him, like Trump Heights. Christ, can you think of like a worse name? And so, you know, he did those two things: embassy, Golan Heights, and then the Abraham Accords. You know, getting the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Morocco as well, and Sudan by extension afterwards, brought into the fold to normalize ties with Israel. And now with Syria, the same thing, by the way. Like that's one of the big reasons they took out Syria, is to get it to normalize ties with Israel. It's actually the main reason. It's always been about that. It's not about Bashar al-Assad. Bashar al-Assad was just the guy who was in charge, but the policy is what annoyed them. The fact Syria refused to recognize Israel. That is the reason that there was a coup in Syria. Nothing else. And anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about. So Donald Trump has done more for Israel, okay, than anyone, than any US president. And I would say even more than Joe Biden, because Joe Biden really just like, I mean, what did he do? He just gave a bit more weapons and, you know, the usual diplomatic cover. Donald Trump has done all those things that broke with previous US positions, then also helped the genocide keep going, helped them break the ceasefire, and now helps them bomb Iran. So once again, he my statement rings true. He's done more for Israel than any other US president. And you're ignoring that and acting like, you know, he's some poor guy who's like being taken advantage of by the deep state. Shut the fuck up and grow a pair. Like, 1 second he's the president and he's got all the power, and that's why he needs to get into office, because then he can do all these good things. And then when he goes and does evil things, he has nothing to do with it. He's being taken advantage of. They're playing him. The deep state is out to get him. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. It doesn't mean there is no deep state. Of course there is. Of course they exist and they're malicious and so on. But he's part of it, you goddamn morons. That's what I'm trying to explain. You don't get into that office. You don't become the US president without being on board with these people. Do you not understand this? Goodness gracious. I mean, this is embarrassing. This is goddamn embarrassing. All these, Daddy Orange Man simps, like, who just can't compute that they've been played, that Donald Trump lied to you and you swallowed it up like a fool. Admit that you got played. Have some self-respect. Admit it. Might make you might be able to redeem yourself. I mean, it's really unbelievable. Look, this kind of stuff, like, oh, if America gets dragged into it, and again, Dave Smith is very good, in other times, but I just don't understand what he means here with, if America gets dragged into a war. What do you mean dragged into a war? It is America's war. Those are American bombs, American money. American intelligence. It doesn't fucking happen without America. You can't get dragged into a war that you started. This is like, you know, this is like Austria and Germany saying, well, you know, if we get dragged into World War One, what are you on about? What are you on about? There is no difference between Israel and the United States. Israel is the fob of the United States. It's the forward operating base. It's, you know, it's a colonial outpost on the other side of the planet that is used to maintain U.S. hegemony in the region, period. Jesus, this is Middle East 101. Can't believe I have to explain this. I mean, just really scandalous stuff that we're seeing here. And you know, oh, it's officially hold Trump to his promise to prevent World War III time. Really? I thought that was with Ukraine. And what did he do there? Oh, right. The same thing. He played you and you didn't even see it coming. And here, this kind of stuff, you know, I maybe these people all have good intentions and I'm being a bit tough on them. But, you know, war is not a joke, is it? And we're playing with, well, they're playing with fire here. I mean, this is, you know, this could easily spiral out of control into a nuclear war when it comes to Russia, Ukraine. And look at the genocide that's going on in Gaza. Look at what's happened to Syria. Look what's happened to Lebanon. And now Iran. This is out of control. And plus, he's murdering civilians in Yemen. I mean, you know, like Obama. But yeah, you see this kind of stuff.
Israel striking Iran right now. Israel just bombed Iran. We don't want to go to World War III. Nobody wants to go to war with Iran. America does not want involvement in this. Let Israel do their thing.
What do you mean, let Israel do their thing? If you see a madman on the loose, you don't just go, oh yeah, let them do their thing. I have nothing to do with this. But, you know, just do your thing. Keep murdering people. Do your thing. That's not really, you know, trying to stop your own involvement. On the contrary, it's kind of like, well, here's the guns, and now I'm going to look the other way. So it's basically, you are supporting what they're doing. I know that's probably not what he meant. He maybe malformulated it here, and I'm giving him, you know, a bit of a bollocking. Fine, but you get what I mean with these kind of statements that are like, oh, you know, Americans want nothing to do with this. We'll show it then, and stop giving them the guns and the weapons to do it. Then that would actually be Americans not wanting this, right? Here, this is from Reuters. Look, we knew everything, Trump tells Reuters. He knew everything. So he knew the date, and also, by the way, he's bragging about this to the New York Post. So here's Ben Norton's tweet. Donald Trump boasted to the New York Post, I always knew the date of Israel's attack on Iran. I know everything, he gloated. It was a joint U.S.-Israeli operation. Trump blatantly lied when he claimed before the attack that he wanted peace. Yes, of course. And this whole thing with like, oh, we're going to go and, you know, make it look like we're into obtaining some kind of deal with Iran. Look, man, do I have to remind you who Donald Trump is? He quit the nuclear deal in the first place. If he wanted a deal with Iran, why did he quit the deal that already existed? Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the deal because that's one of my, you know, my specialties. You have to remember that the JCPOA signed, it was negotiated and signed in Vienna 2015, 2016, and so basically 10 years ago, right, at this point. And that deal worked. It worked for several reasons, because there was monitoring and verification from the International Atomic Energy Agency at the UN in Vienna, because there was, you know, there was a semblance of wanting to actually get things done. And then Donald Trump comes along, and again, by the way, just to be very clear, even when Obama was in power, and I think Professor Morendi raised this point before on the show here, is that even actually when Obama signed the agreement, they still weren't actually implementing it 100%. So they were still, you know, jerking Iran around. But nevertheless, when Trump gets to power, he pulls out of the deal, and he tries to make it about the nuclear issue. But it's not. If you listen to what he's saying, it's got nothing to do with that, because the deal made sure that Iran was stuck at 3.67% enriched uranium. 3.67% is typically used for civilian purposes, you know, for running a nuclear reactor or for research that is in line with powering, keeping a power grid going or supplying a country with nuclear energy for peaceful civilian purposes, nothing more, nothing less. So that worked, and the IAEA had cameras inside of the facilities. The inspectors could go into any facility they liked, when they liked. They had special seals that were placed on various forms of equipment. They could check all of the centrifuges. They could check anything they wanted, right? All the data was being live streamed back to them in Vienna. I mean, you couldn't ask for more transparency from Iran. You could not ask. And this is not just the JCPOA, by the way. So that's the Iran nuclear deal. It's the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. But they also had the additional protocol, and Iran is a signatory as well of the NPT, or the NNPT, which is the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So as a signatory of the NNPT, they have a right to that nuclear energy anyway. They didn't need to sign a deal with the Americans. Besides, who are the Americans to lecture anyone on nuclear weapons? I mean, they're the only people in history to use nuclear weapons, and they use them on civilians. Jesus Christ. I mean, if anyone shouldn't have nuclear weapons, maybe it's the US. But anyway, my point here is just that Iran already had the right to a peaceful nuclear program for civilian use. Okay, it was already implementing that, respecting that. In addition to signing the NNPT and the AP, it has a religious fatwa, which is a religious decree against nuclear weapons from their supreme leader, from Khamenei. So from an international law standpoint and a religious standpoint, there were no nuclear weapons, and we also have the evidence that there were no nuclear weapons. The IAEA confirmed numerous times that there simply was no nuclear weapons program, and Iran was following the deal to the letter. They had like trace amounts of highly enriched uranium, HEU, at some sites that they couldn't explain, but those were decades old, right? They were decades old, and they weren't part of any ongoing program. You can't build a nuclear bomb anyway without, alerting seismographs, and there's tons of testing that has to be done. People will find out. It's really easy, especially if you got goddamn inspectors coming in every day. There's no way you can hide that. Okay, it's not possible. And anyone who tells you otherwise is full of shit. Okay, period. So there was no nuclear weapons program. It didn't exist. It still doesn't exist, by the way. What happened is Donald Trump pulled out of the deal in May 2018. And even then, the Iranians waited a whole year. They waited an entire year before they did anything differently. They were still following the deal. They were still submitting to inspections. They were still, nothing changed. I repeat, for a whole year, exactly 1 year after Donald Trump left the nuclear deal, Iran kept following the agreement. They didn't have to. As a matter of fact, I will show you in the text of the deal under, so point 26, 27, and I think also 37, you can see that if the Americans leave the deal, okay, and they reimpose sanctions on Iran, because that's really what the deal was about. It was about sanctions relief. The Iranians simply wanted the Americans to stop putting sanctions on them, to lift those sanctions and bring in foreign investment and all this stuff. So here's the deal, okay? This is point 26 of the JCPOA. It says Iran has stated it will treat such a reintroduction or reimposition of the sanctions specified in Annex 2, or such an imposition of new nuclear-related sanctions, as grounds to cease performing its commitments under this JCPOA in whole or in part. Okay? I mean, that is obviously more than reasonable, because if you sign a deal with someone and then they break the deal, there is no more deal. So, like, that it would be ridiculous to expect the other side to respect an agreement that you broke. That makes no goddamn sense. That even if you buy a car, never mind a nuclear agreement, that the deal ceases to apply if one side quits it. Right? This is self-explanatory. But in any case, here it also says that, if it's believed that the E3, EU plus 3, not meeting their commitments under the JCPOA, Iran can refer this to the Joint Commission and then the UN Security Council and so on. And Iran did all these things, right? They did all these things. They did everything by the book. And my point here is that they followed the deal despite Trump's aggression, despite him ripping up the deal. They followed it for a year. They tried to get this solved amicably. I was covering it in Vienna when they tried to renegotiate it again. This is just before the start of the Ukraine war. So that's under Biden. That didn't work either. And, this idea that Donald Trump wants to get back into an agreement is lunacy. It's a complete lie, because he broke the original deal, which was working, which I repeat was working. Okay, it's not an opinion. That's a fact. It was being implemented. Iran has the capability today to build a nuclear bomb because of Donald Trump. Because when he quit the deal, he not only ripped up the agreement and spat in their faces, he then helped the Israelis assassinate General Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. So that was another massive, massive favor that he did for Israel. That's what, going back to what I said earlier about him being the most Zionist president the US has ever had. So he did that, and then he also helped the Israelis assassinate Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, who is the head of Iran's nuclear program. They killed him, I think, wasn't he killed with his wife as well? I think outside, right outside of Tehran when he was in a car. So they killed him, and then he also, you know, he also turned a blind eye to the Israelis blowing up the Natanz nuclear facility. So I pulled up these tweets that I did, you know, a couple of years back when all of this was happening, and just to kind of show you like how every step of the way, every time the United States did something to Iran, or Israel assassinated a scientist, or, you know, blew up one of their nuclear sites, or the US imposed sanctions, that was the reason Iran then ramped up its nuclear program. And even then, it's still not a weapons program. So my point is that if Iran is closer to building a nuclear bomb, and they are, if they want to, but they haven't chosen to, they have that capacity, they have that technology, they have those means available because the United States and Israel kept attacking them and violating the agreement and imposing sanctions and killing their scientists and behaving like dicks, okay? To put it very mildly, all right? So look at this, for example. This is from 2021. Iran has now enriched uranium to 60%. Remember, they were at 3.67. 3%. Let's just say 3% to shorten it. They were at 3%. And then it went up to 20, right? Because they killed Fakhrizadeh, the scientist. And then it went up to 60. Why? Because the Israelis attacked Natanz nuclear facility. So what the Iranians did is they said, okay, you blew up the IR-1 centrifuges. We're just going to replace them with IR-6 generations. Thank you very much. You know, and then there was also this black box deal with the IAEA. So I'm just trying to show you, like, the Iranians didn't say immediately, okay, we're going to go build a bomb. No. They went tit for tat. You know, it was like, okay, we'll go up 20%, 60%. We're going to turn off the cameras in this facility, but we'll give you the footage if you lift the sanctions. So they tried every step of the way to get back into an agreement with regardless who was in power, whether it was Trump or Biden. And even after Trump ripped up the deal, they still negotiated this during this presidency. So if there was a breakdown of diplomacy, you have only America and Israel to blame, no one else. Trust me, man. I covered this like in so much detail. It's actually unbelievable the level of patience that the Iranians have exerted, right? You could almost, if you wanted to, you could almost call it naive that they were this patient. That's not my point. My point is that they did what it took, or did as you know, whatever they could in their situation to find a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and it's never enough. It's never enough, right? The Americans and Israelis want total submission, total hegemonic power, total control, or they kill you. That's what they do. Here's another one of my reports. This is from 2021. Lots of misleading headlines in the press about Iran denying, quote unquote, access to IAEA inspectors at Barrage. That's another facility. They don't tell you that Israel bombed that facility 2 months ago, hence why it's out of action and inaccessible. You know, like one of the cameras wasn't working. I remember as well. And, you know, they tried to blame, this is another tactic that was used against Iran by France, Germany, Britain. You know, they would go to the Board of Governors, which is held at the IAEA in Vienna every quarter, and try to censor Iran, or, you know, pass a motion condemning Iran. And they tried to condemn Iran for a camera that didn't work, that Israel fucking blew up. Like, what? You know, and then it's like, oh, why aren't you getting it replaced fast enough? Why don't you keep your dog on a leash? I mean, it's just, you know, it's maddening stuff, right? But here you can see this graph, you know, that with the kind of access and surveillance and monitoring and verification that the IAEA had in Iran. It's incredible. Look at the number of SEALs, for example, attached to nuclear equipment. Sorry, I'm going to zoom out so you can see that. So the number of SEALs, like, you know, these are tamper-proof SEALs to see, you know, for example, you put it on a meter or on an analyzer to make sure that no one plays with the levels. Those almost doubled, not entirely, but they went up from 1,846 in 2013 to 2,626 in 2017. So after the deal was signed, you know, they doubled the number of days in the field in Iran as a result of the deal. 89% more surveillance at the facilities, like literally everything that you could possibly want. Thanks to the additional protocol, thanks to the JCPOA, thanks to the NPT, like no country on earth has submitted itself to more nuclear inspections than Iran. None. And this begs the question, why are we talking about Iran? You know, Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapons program. And, you know, the Israelis do. The Israelis do have a nuclear weapons program. They have a secret arsenal of nuclear weapons. And I mean, look at the damage that they've done in Gaza, in Syria, and Lebanon with just conventional bombs, just by using, regular munitions. So non-nuclear. And actually, even then, they're still using white phosphorus, but that's chemical. Regardless, my point is just that if anyone shouldn't be trusted with nuclear weapons, it's probably Israel. You know, the people committing genocide, the people that are illegally occupying multiple countries, the people that have, as a matter of nuclear doctrine and policy, they have the Samson option, which is they are basically ready to blow everyone up with nuclear weapons if you know if they think that it's necessary. You know, it's kind of like I'm going to take down my enemies with me. You know, it's that kind of mentality. But I'm going to do it with nuclear weapons. Okay, thank you. Like, so if they sense that they are at, you know, this is kind of related to the whole phrase or mentality from the Talmud, you know, rise and kill first. Like, if someone is going to kill you, I'm going to rise and kill first. But the problem is that, you know, you can't really prove these things, and it just enables a behavior of what is really, a sociopathic person. And then everyone is a threat, and everyone needs to be killed. And, you know, Israel is always defending itself, even when it uses nuclear weapons. This is madness. You know, it's like permanent victimhood, and you know, a blank check to just behave like some kind of beast thrashing about. That's what it is. So if anyone shouldn't be trusted with nuclear weapons, it's really the Israelis. They have not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT. They have never, ever submitted to any inspections by the IAEA. They haven't even signed the ban on chemical weapons, that convention also, you know, and they make a whole big deal about Syria. And, you know, look at the results of Iraq, of Syria, Libya, you know, all these countries that gave up their nuclear and or chemical weapons, which again, I'm not making a case for those things, because even with conventional weapons, war is awful. But we're talking here from a strategic point of view, from a matter of military deterrence, right? Why should it be that, only the Western countries, or mostly Western countries, have nuclear weapons? I mean, why does France need nuclear weapons, right? Especially after they collaborated with the Germans, you know, with the Vichy regime. I mean, you had like 1% of the French population resisting, 99% of them basically okay what was happening. Does that sound like an actor that should be allowed to have nuclear weapons? I don't think so. Does the United States sound like an actor that should be allowed to have nuclear weapons when they're the only ones who've ever used them and they drop them on civilians? Obviously not. They've literally proven, as a matter of fact, of historical accuracy, in fact, that they have no responsibility, no sense of proportion or morality when it comes to nuclear weapons. They will and have used them on civilians. That is a fact. Indisputable fact. And this whole nonsense about, we had to stop World War II, absolute bollocks. Go read the diaries, go read the memoirs of the literal US Navy admirals in the Pacific theater, the ones fighting the war, who all, the majority of them said there was no need to use these bombs, the Japanese are about to collapse. Okay, it's not my opinion. Those are the admirals running the show in the Pacific against the Japanese saying that. So this is complete nonsense that they were forced to use them. Nonsense. And that triggered a whole arms race and then proliferation. I mean, it's not exactly made the world a safer place, has it? So you look at the countries that have given up their weapons programs, and what happens to them? They get toppled and bullied. And again, we come back to this issue of hegemony. The West, the Israelis, they want total, utter submission, and nothing less will ever suffice. Nothing less. You can sign 1 million JCPOAs and they're going to come and screw you up and mess you about, and they will play games with you and then bomb you anyway. There's no kind of diplomacy in the United States, unfortunately. I think there was once upon a time, maybe the United States had some good diplomats and so on. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case for a really long time. I mean, even all the way back in the Vietnam War, what was their idea of peace and negotiation? Well, we'll bomb them to the negotiating table, you know? Well, that's not really negotiation or diplomacy then, is it? It's basically violence. You're just compelling someone through the use of force to do what you want. It's violence. It's nothing else. It's literally diametrically opposed to diplomacy. So the phrase is just so American, right? We'll bomb them to the negotiating table, and then if they don't comply, well, we'll bomb them anyway, right? It's the bombs are going to drop one way or the other. So that's American and Israeli diplomacy for you. And this whole thing about Trump trying to negotiate with them in Oman in the last couple of months was running cover. It was the whole thing was a cover to, you know, give the Israelis time to prepare this attack, find the targets, and then go and try and decapitate the Iranian nuclear, their most senior scientists in that field, and then also decapitate the military leadership, and then take out their missile defense production, and also, any sites that enrich uranium, for example, at Natanz. I don't know. I haven't been able to keep up with the sites they've struck. If they've gone after Fordo as well, and all the others. Frankly, too many to name. But it's absurd that the Israelis are allowed to have a reactor and an arsenal stored at Dimona and other places, and no one talks about this. They are the threats. They are the people committing genocide. I think we should be worried about them having nuclear weapons. You know, there is no threat coming from Iran. This is absurd. And if you look at North Korea, some people might suggest that North Korea was right to build nuclear weapons because the US won't touch them. And keep in mind, when North Korea did that, the US had murdered 20% of their population. Yeah, the United States murdered 20% of their population, of North Korea's population. So, one fifth of the population. And can you imagine someone killing 1/5 of the United States population? The shit show that would emerge. But you can do it to people in Korea, or you can napalm people in Vietnam and kill Iraqi kids and whatever. They don't have a right to nuclear weapons. They don't have a right to defend themselves or deter imperialist aggression when they have factually been the victims. It's not a hypothetical, we're afraid of. No, they have been attacked, they have been murdered, they've been genocided, napalmed, you name it. This fucking planet is upside down. I swear to God, this planet is upside down. Anyway, and even back in December, look, I was at the IAEA. When was this? In December? Yeah. November, excuse me. So just a few months ago, I was back there reporting, and even then they had gone and the Iranians were trying to demonstrate goodwill, and then they just go and censor them at the Board of Governors, and unbelievable. Like, the Iranians were offering to take offline a bunch of reactors. They even put them on hold, as a gesture of goodwill. So not just like talk, but like they're actually on hold. Come Rafael Grossi, the Director General, observe, see with your own eyes. We're serious. We can stop our production of 60% enriched uranium and keep it at the levels that it's at. Maybe dispose of it even. We're open to dialogue. No, not good enough. Not good enough. They still go ahead and give Iran shit at the IAEA. It's incredible. And I'm talking about the UK and France and so on, the EU. And the +3 and so on, and they got a bunch of other countries to vote with them. Of course, it's no different from how they play games at the General Assembly. Really, same kind of bullying tactics. But really, it's self-defeating, and it shows you that it's not about the nuclear weapons. It's never been about the nuclear weapons. So if we all know that the Iranians don't have nuclear weapons, what the fuck do they want with Iran? Well, the real issue is Iran's foreign policy. They don't like the fact that Iran opposes the Israeli occupation of Palestine, of Syria, of Lebanon. They don't like the fact that Iran has been able, despite sanctions, to build a significantly, impressive defense system, not industry, but, when we're talking about defense infrastructure here, we're talking about everything from drones to helicopters to an aerospace sector. It's incredible. They've done this despite some of the harshest sanctions in history. Until the Ukraine war started, Iran was the most sanctioned country in the world. They were first and the only country up until that point taken out of SWIFT. So if your goal was really to stop them building nuclear weapons, which they didn't want to do anyway, you should have just stayed in the deal. But that wasn't the goal. Donald Trump was explicitly saying what the Israelis wanted him to say, and which he also wanted to say, we should stop acting like they're two different entities. They're not. That, you know, they don't like Iran's support for terror, quote unquote, meaning for Lebanon, for Syria, for Iraq. That's what they're talking about. They don't want anyone opposing their illegal occupations. That is what it comes down to. And they don't want Iran being able to defend itself, right? They don't like the fact that Iran has an incredible, impressive technology when it comes to ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles. I mean, you look at their unveiling of the drones as well. Even the Russians use those drones, you know, in Ukraine. And the Russians, I mean, have no shortage of brilliant scientists, you know, in their country at all. So if the Russians are even buying their drones, it goes to show you how cost effective and battle effective they are, right? And on top of that, they don't like the fact that Iran, you know, made their coup in Syria take decades, or, well, not decades, but let's say it could have been done or completed a decade earlier if Iran hadn't come to help. And Iran is the one that got Russia to come help as well, right? Soleimani went and got Putin to come help Assad against ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all these American and Saudi-backed groups. So, you know, they just don't like Iran's foreign policy. That's really what it comes down to. It's more of a regime change operation than anything else. And that's why Netanyahu was saying earlier, you know, he wasn't talking about nuclear stuff, right? Did you catch that? When he was saying, oh, this is basically an opportunity for you in Iran to go and overthrow your government. That he was basically saying that in so many words, right? So this is more about a decapitation strike, hollowing out the military in Iran and getting rid of their political leaders. Similar to what the Israelis just did in Lebanon. And in Lebanon, you know, obviously it's a bit more different because Hezbollah are not the state. They are part of the government. They have their own party and so on. But, you know, when it comes to the tactic used by Israel, that's really what they did. They went after missile storage. They went after the most important or most precious ammunition dumps. They went after the command and control structure. They went after the leaders, you know, the military commanders. And that was basically, and it basically worked, right? It basically worked for them. So they tried repeating that success now with Iran. It's quite ambitious. It is ambitious. It is ballsy to do that, especially when you're still fighting on other fronts. You know, you still got Yemen. You still got the occupation, you know, fighting against groups in the West Bank, against Gaza. So, I mean, it's not entirely crazy, though, because you look at the successes that Netanyahu has had, or the Israelis have had, rather, the strategic successes in Lebanon, in Syria. It's not completely wild for them to go after Iran now. Of course, the war is I mean, and risking nuclear war and, you know, a larger regional conflict is insane, obviously. But I mean, from a strategic point of view, this is perhaps the optimal time for them to do that, because no one is putting them in check or keeping them in check. They've got full diplomatic cover from the West. They've got all the resources that they need, all the bombs. You know, they can get away with murder, literally. So why not get away with murder? Okay, that's really what it comes down to. The Israelis are taking advantage of a good situation for them from a military point of view, not a moral point of view or a legal point of view, but, you know, they want to maintain their hegemony in the region, and the West, of course, because they're a proxy for the West, and they want to make sure that they can grab as much land as they can. And all of the issues that they've had with stealing land have come from Iran blocking them, right? It's not, when I say issue, I don't mean like, oh, Iran has been a headache for them. Rather, Iran has been standing up against the Israelis, you know, or to the Israelis for the little guys, right? Because you compare Syria or Lebanon or Palestine to the money and the weapons that the Israelis have, it's nothing. So Iran has been coming in and rebuffing them, and they want to get rid of Iran for decades because of that. It's nothing to do with nuclear weapons, okay? Just to be very, very clear on that point. There are no nuclear weapons. There is no weapons program. The Iranians have the technology, if they want to do it now. And honestly, that might be, if you look at North Korea and how they've been left alone, that might be the best way to go, as opposed to all-out war. Not because, you know, proliferation of nuclear weapons is a good thing, but I mean, if the Israelis have them, there's not really anyone worse who could have nuclear weapons. We're kind of already at that stage, right? So it's interesting, though, when Mohammed bin Salman, this is, again, like 2 weeks before October 7, was talking about normalizing ties with Israel. And then he said that, what did he say? He said that if the Iranians get nuclear weapons, then we'll have to get nuclear weapons. And you remember at the time I commented, well, the Israelis have them. Why don't you view that as, you know, a source of competition or a sort of threat? Bit bizarre, right? Bit bizarre that you would only get the nuclear weapons if the Iranians get them, but you don't mind Israel having them. That says a lot, doesn't it, mate? So honestly, you know, it's a really, really, really delicate situation. And now the Iranians, I mean, they're between a rock and a hard place. You know, they've got to decide, like, do they go and build nuclear weapons to establish a true, proper form of deterrence? You know the acronym, of course, mutually assured destruction. It's from the Cold War. MAD, because it's literally mad. But, you know, if I know that I can destroy you, then, or rather, if your adversary knows that you have nuclear weapons, they're not going to touch you, right? Because even after a first strike, you know, you have the mechanism of dead man switch. So, you know, if, for example, if the Kremlin was struck by the United States, the nuclear weapons are still going to fly. That's guaranteed. It's already in place to have those nuclear weapons fire automatically, either from Russia or from nuclear submarines around the planet, back at the Americans. So it's like, you come at me with those nukes, I'm going to get you as well. It's a guaranteed fact, right? Mutually assured destruction. So that is a deterrent that that seems to work against great powers or hegemonic powers to a certain extent. I mean, even looking at Russia, which has nuclear weapons, that hasn't stopped the Americans from literally attacking the Kremlin with drones via Ukraine or attacking their nuclear bombers recently. So I think we've entered a stage in history and politics and, you know, military strategy where mutually assured destruction doesn't mean fuck all, because we're dealing with morons and people who are insane. Like literally insane. I mean, a less cool-headed version of Putin might have already launched the nukes and said, I've had enough of this shit. You know, you're launching drones at my goddamn house, you know, at the Kremlin. I'm just firing this shit now and ending it. So it's really, I mean, it's really not a joke. It's really not a joke. You know, in 12 minutes, the UK is gone. If that's the case, it's not just the US, it's all of Europe that's gone. Guaranteed. We know this for a fact. And the Russians even lowered their nuclear doctrine. The Israelis don't even have a nuclear doctrine at this point. I mean, if you have something called the Samson option, you might, in my opinion, there is no doctrine. It's madness. So, you know, we've reached a stage where the United States and the Israelis, they just got no kind of barometer or you know, sense of what is sensible. In the Cold War, I really feel like the Cold War, even despite all that tension, that you know, that being that close to midnight, there was still some kind of, you know, logic operating when it comes to diplomacy and so on. I mean, it's full of deceit and full of war and full of backstabbing. No doubt. But we've reached another level of madness here, which is incomprehensible. And remember this video from General Wesley Clark. You knew I was going to play it, and I'm going to play it. And this goes back to why they want to get rid of Iran and the neoconservatives and so on.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld, and
I'm just going to refresh it. I think it crashed out.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me, and one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They've just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years." starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
Yeah, and that goes back to...
The truth is about the Middle East is, had there been no oil there, it would be like Africa. Nobody is threatening to intervene in Africa. The problem...
I don't know what he's on about, because Africa's been raped and pillaged for centuries. Anyway, and the Horn of Africa, I mean, okay, I've done enough videos about that topic. Let's stay focused on Iran. But, you know, we go back to the axis of resistance, right? Because this is from the same period when you had George Bush calling, you know, these countries, specifically Iran, Iraq, Syria, the axis of evil. And then I think that was David Frum who wrote that for him, his speechwriter. And then there's an Arab journalist who rephrased it as the axis of resistance, and it caught on. And, you know, it referred to basically roughly this image here, where you have you know, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and of course they're geographically connected, right? It's a land bridge essentially as well. And then Palestine, in addition to that, you know, Yemen, of course, is also considered part of the axis of resistance. And that's what it comes down to. And what do these actors all have in common? They're certainly not you know, in agreement in terms of religion or ideology. I mean, Iran is an Islamic republic, majority Shia. Syria is a secular country, majority Sunni. You know, you look at Iraq, it's got a mix of both, and it was, I mean, still occupied by the Americans, so it didn't really have a government, honestly, like an actual sovereign government for 2 decades. Lebanon, you know, only part of Lebanese society is you know, but Lebanese society is basically very, very, very sectarian, very fractured. You know, it's got the same kind of diversity as Syria, but none of the harmony that Syria used to have until you know, the war began. So my point here is just that what united all of these actors together, was it their religion, their ideology, their political stance? No, not at all. They had actually completely different ones. It was their opposition to U.S. imperialism, to Israeli occupation. That's really what it comes down to, you know. And that is such a simple statement of fact that you're never going to hear it on the news. They don't want you to understand that, you know, America, its allies, Israel, are an occupation, and they are stealing other people's land, stealing their resources, and people are sick of their shit. That's really what it comes down to. You know, excuse my French. I mean, honestly, I think if any topic deserves cussing, it's this one. But anyway, my point here is that they will never, ever, ever make it about that, or tell you this simple fact, because they have to make it about nuclear weapons and about, terrorism, quote unquote, you know, to just, you know, deceive you, pull the wool over your eyes, use smoke and mirrors, to make it about something else. And then, of course, in that scenario, they're the victims. Well, again, I ask you this. Why are people from America, why are there American troops on the other side of the planet, on Iraqi soil, on Syrian soil, on Palestinian soil? What are they doing there? How do you explain this? What business do they have being there? Why are there settlers from Ukraine, you know, coming and murdering Palestinians and stealing their land? How do you explain and justify this? You cannot. You simply cannot. Okay, so this is, you know, just ask yourself, who is on the other person's land? Did the Iranians go to the United States? Are they building bases in Texas? Are they, you know, is there any proof of a bomb? And if they did have a bomb, who said that they would even drop it on the United States? You know, this is like, who actually has the nuclear weapons? Who is actually murdering people, you know, indiscriminately by the thousands, taking their land? It's the Israelis. They're doing that. That's a matter of fact. They've done that in Lebanon just recently. They've done it several times in Lebanon, actually. You know, they occupied it for a long time too. They've just taken more land in Syria. Who is encroaching? Right. I love that word that Obama used. Encroaching, mild encroachments. Right. Who is encroaching on the other's territory? Who is killing the other indiscriminately? With bigger weapons, with more money, with, you know, complete impunity, without being checked by anyone, when neither their allies nor by international law or international courts. Who is doing that? It's not the Iranians. It's not the you know, Syria until Jolani took over and so on. So there is no nuclear threat from Iran. There is no threat whatsoever from Iran. The Iranians just don't want the Americans controlling their country. And remember, the Americans launched a coup there in 1953 with MI6, by the way. This is joint CIA MI6 coup and stole and plundered the hell out of their oil. So, you know, it's a multitude of issues, but really the modern one, the current iteration of it, it's this opposition to U.S.-Israeli imperialism. And I'm gonna go ahead and talk about the other Arab actors in the region, if we can even call them Arab actors. I mean, what they've done is basically help Israel, right? So here, let me show you this. You know, this should come as no surprise to anyone, but look at Jordan shutting down their airport, okay, or one of their airports, excuse me, to facilitate U.S. arms shipments to Israel. So basically, there was too much civilian traffic at this one place. So they just shut it down to make the weapons come in faster. And not only that, the Jordanians were saying, don't use our airspace for war. I mean, I'll just pull up the map. I'm sure you all know your geography anyway, but you know, drones being fired from, or missiles being fired from Iran have to pass through Jordanian airspace, at least in their shortest route. You know, you're not in a position to use large canisters of fuel and do detours when it comes to these kinds of missiles. So you're going to try and take the shortest route possible, and that goes over Jordan, right? So the Jordanians were saying, well, don't use our airspace for war. We want nothing to do with this, you know, like pretending they're all neutral and everything. And of course, what do they do then? They then allow the Saudis, and they allow Britain, and they allow Israel, and they allow the Americans to come into their airspace, into Jordan, and shoot down the Iranian drones. So basically, you know, they're talking with a forked tongue, right? They're talking out of both sides of the mouth. They say to Iran, don't use our airspace. We want nothing to do with this conflict. And then they turn around and telling the Israelis to go ahead, come use their airspace and their airports and their land routes. Because remember, after Yemen closed the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Israelis needed to get supplies and goods flowing. And how did they do that? They did it with a land bridge. It started in the UAE, went through Saudi Arabia, then to Jordan. So Jordan has been a full collaborator with Israel, not just in this war, but, you know, for decades now. And they're one of the first Arab countries to sign a so-called peace agreement, which is basically, you know, putting a collar around your neck and saying, please leash me. So that's really what it comes down to. And I mean, Jordan, the king of Jordan, is a colonel in a British army. Now, that by itself, it may not be the most damning bit of evidence. It's basically his actions are the problem, right? Not the fact that he's a colonel in the British army. It's his actions helping Israel that are really what betray him and betray the Palestinian people. I think even his wife, the queen, is originally Palestinian, and many Jordanians are in fact originally Palestinians, refugees that came to Jordan because they had their land stolen by Israel. So you would think that, you know, someone in his position would actually be helping Palestinians. No. Don't think that is the case for 1 second. And then when it comes, of course, to Saudi Arabia, and it comes to Qatar and you know, the Khalij, the Gulf, the Arab kingdoms in the Persian Gulf. I mean, this is no surprise. They complete backers of Israel. Half of them have already signed the Abraham Accords, and you know, they also host a multitude of United States military bases. I mean, if you look at this map, this is just 2 days old. Look at all these U.S. bases everywhere, right? And these are just the ones that we know about. I guarantee you there are probably more stations and places that they have buried in secret. But, you know, when they withdrew from Afghanistan, they all went to Qatar. And the point here is just that these bases are enabling and helping Israel to attack Iran. That is a matter of fact. Even Syria's airspace has been used to help Israeli planes refuel. So Syria used to have one of the most highly guarded, well-defended airspaces in the entire region. I know this is like roughly 60 years old, like the technology that it had, these S-200s, but still they bloody worked. I mean, you know, Israel was able to get away with bombing Syria hundreds of times during that war, but that's because Syria was in a state of weakness, fighting on multiple fronts, etc. You know, it's perhaps not the fairest demonstration of its capacities, but even the Israelis themselves said in December after Assad was ousted that Syria had a web, a network, of surface-to-air missiles and air defenses that were almost impenetrable. The Israelis could bomb, but they couldn't do it as much as they would have liked to, as much as they did do in December when they destroyed Syria's armaments and made sure that its fleet, its air force, and so on were removed. So the point here is that that's another reason that's another reason why they removed Assad, because Assad was helping the Iranians. They were helping him. They were both helping the Palestinians. They were helping the Lebanese. And that is the reason they removed them. It's not about human rights or whatever nonsense they cook up. The only and main reason that they had to get rid of him is because of his opposition to Israel, or rather the government's opposition to Israel. It's not him by himself. So now Syria is not only captured by these Al-Qaeda nut jobs that are backed by Israel and America, but it's actively allowing Israel to just use the airspace unchecked. And we've got videos of them even, refueling from last night. So I looked away briefly, but I think that first one was a Hercules, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, my point is just that, we don't need it captured on video. It's obvious that this government, this new so-called government, is doing nothing about Israel. Even when Israel was bombing them in Damascus in December, they said nothing, did nothing. They defended Israel. They're complete cucks, complete submission to the Zionist project. So yeah, I mean, if you're not doing anything about it, you're basically complicit, aren't you? So Syria is considered, I mean, it's lost. It's essentially lost in every capacity, in every respect. And now it's become an extension of the Israeli occupation and another bit of land and airspace that it can use against Palestinians, against Lebanon, against Iran. Okay, so that's what you need to understand about the situation. And this is well put by David Miller. Says they joined long ago on the other side: Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, Turkey, the UAE, Saudi, Bahrain. ISIS ruled former Syria. That's also what I call Syria now. ISIS ruled former Syria. And many others long ago declared their support for the Zionist state and have continued to assist it during this genocide. Absolutely. Without question. I mean, even this great march towards Gaza right now that is supposed to be taking place, some people started in Morocco even, but many have come to Egypt, to, foreigners and so on have decided to start in Egypt and go to Rafah. Even that, they're not allowing it to take place now, as expected. They're arresting people and tearing up or breaking up rather the groups. I saw also, some guy in a plane, they basically rounded up people who'd come to participate in the march and just deported them. So, regardless whether they're Arab or not, they just don't want anyone expressing any kind of solidarity towards the Palestinians, especially in the form of even in the form of a peaceful march, not allowed. So you see just the various dimensions of support, of collaboration that are afforded to the Israelis, to the Americans by these client puppet states that they now control one way or another. I mean, Syria, violent takeover. With Egypt, they control their food and their water. So that it doesn't matter really. The end result is the same. It's capitulation to Zionism and American imperialism. And here, this is from Ben Norton saying the US-Israeli war in Iran was made possible by the US-backed overthrow of the Assad government in Syria. Exactly. The US, Israel, Turkey, and Gulf monarchies waged a war on Syria for a decade, destroying the Syrian state and setting the stage for the colonial US-Israeli war on Iran. So you can see, right? You can see the airspace, Syria being used, and of course Iraq itself. I mean, what can Iraq do? It's occupied. the whole Middle East has been broken up, destroyed, fractured, and redrawn in Israel's image. That is really what is going on here. It's nothing to do with nukes. But I needed to go into detail about that just to really dispel any kind of nonsense that you might have heard about. Oh well, the US wants peace and talks, and no, that's nonsense. So now, I mean, anything is possible at this point. Really, anything is possible. And watching these other countries call this self-defense is quite astounding. I mean, the fucking nerve, honestly. Like, look at this. Ursula saying that Europe urges all parties to exercise maximum restraint, and then I think there's another tweet she put out where it's like, oh yeah, we support Israel's right to defend itself. Well, you can't defend yourself when you're the aggressor. Does that make sense? Am I losing you? Should I slow down a bit? And here with this wanker as well. The reports of these strikes are concerning, and we urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions. I mean, why is it always like, oh yeah, we'll allow Israel to assassinate, murder, kill, maim, whoever and wherever they want, and then afterwards we'll call for de-escalation, because obviously they know about these things in advance. If you think for 1 second that the security services in the UK didn't know that Israel was going to attack Iran, I mean, come on, seriously, like this kind of activity does not go unnoticed. They were pulling embassy staff. The Americans were pulling embassy staff from surrounding countries days in advance. This chatter involved, on certain channels before these things take place, that are, markers that are easily identifiable with these strikes, with these acts of aggression. So all of these people knew that this is coming, and they allowed it to happen, and then they call for de-escalation when it's time for the victim to respond, right? Then it's, we call for restraint, we call for de-escalation, and even then you see this nonsense about Israel's right to defend itself. And Macron, for example, saying France has repeatedly condemned Iran's ongoing nuclear program. What do you mean, first of all? See, he's playing with words. He says nuclear program. Yeah, but what's wrong with a nuclear program? He knows that most people hearing that or reading that are going to understand nuclear weapons program, which is a completely different thing. You can have a nuclear program that is purely civilian. That's actually what it means by definition, right? It's only when you say nuclear weapons program that you're actually talking about nukes. So what is wrong with having a nuclear program? And who cares if you condemn it? Like, why should you be able to have, I think we should be condemning France's nuclear program, yes, the civilian one, which has relied on stealing uranium from Niger for bloody decades. Yeah? Have they paid back all that stuff that they pillaged? Have they paid for it? I mean, the goddamn nerve. And why should they have nuclear weapons on top of that too? But both of their programs should be condemned. Yes, even the civilian one. Like, I think one third of light bulbs in France are lit up with uranium that comes from Niger, right? Up until they got kicked out last year. Anyway, look at the next sentence. In this context, France reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself and ensure its security. Okay, that's great, but Israel wasn't defending itself. It was committing an act of aggression. Do you grasp that? No, of course you don't. Of course you don't. So, just a whole bunch of verbal diarrhea. I'm not even going to read the rest of the statement. It's the same old garbage, right? Being pumped out. And I can show you also these typical announcements and statements of support, or rather, not support. I think it's just like submission, right? Of groveling submission from American politicians. Just have a laugh, I've got a whole bunch of them right here. Just a second. There's a whole goddamn mosaic of them that someone put together. Yeah, here it is. So it's a bit blurry, but I can still make out the text and read it to you, all right? So here we've got one from Lindsey Graham says, "Game on, pray for Israel." John Boozman saying, "God bless Israel, you are in our prayers." We stand with Israel. Israel has the right and responsibility to defend itself. The Iranian regime has threatened the world. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, please tell me when Iran threatened the world. Do you have any proof for this? What does that mean, Iran threatened the world? With what? When? How? Who? Like, they just make up this random crap and just throw it out there, It's amazing. It's amazing. We stand with Israel tonight. You know, as our ally Israel, join me in praying for Israel. I'm thankful. The U.S. we have a commander-in-chief that will defend U.S. forces abroad. It has been long, it has long been untenable for Iran to develop nuclear weapons. What do those two things have to do with each other? As a matter of fact, honestly, those bases that I showed you, the American bases, if anything, helping Israel to attack Iran is probably putting them at risk, right? You saw after they killed Soleimani, the Iranians went and struck the Ain al-Assad air base in Iraq, which is a US base, right? And you had all these like TBIs, traumatic brain injuries being reported. I still don't know if that was, you know, them trying to cover up the number of casualties or not. I don't know. Some people say the Iranians phoned them in advance, you know, to make sure that the casualties aren't too bad. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is just that those bases are sitting ducks. They are targets. You know, once the United States provides the hardware, the money, the intelligence used by Israel to attack Iran. I mean, it's not, you know, putting them at risk. I mean, you're literally the primary belligerent in this case. You are the aggressor. You are the initiator of this conflict. So it's not, you know, up for discussion. Now, according to the Russian ambassador to the United Nations in New York, he says the UK also helped. Let's listen to him.
In the context of the current strikes by Israel, what we noticed is the information mass media about the fact that there was likely coordination between Israel and British special services. Immediately after the Israeli strikes, they sheltered the Israeli aviation, which participated in the strikes, in their bases in Cyprus. We also noticed a statement made by Israel when they said that they warned about their attacks. They warned Germany, JCPOA participant, and Italy. It also came to the fore that our American colleagues also had information about the strikes.
I'll let him continue, but you heard what he just said. The Israelis told these other countries, including the signatories of the JCPOA, like Germany, right, of the Iran nuclear deal, what they were going to do. So they all knew in advance. Where was their call for restraint beforehand? I didn't see one, because there wasn't one. So they don't call for restraint. They call for Iran to get bombed and then shut up. Okay? That's what they're calling for. That is what they are saying, what they are doing. They want Iran to get bombed by Israel and then shut up. Nothing else.
The Israeli strikes were also supported by the French, who clearly knew about them beforehand.
The UK did not participate in this action. And let me say clearly and unequivocally that Russia's claim that British sovereign bases on the island of Cyprus were in any way involved is nonsense. It is deeply irresponsible at moments like this for Russia to be spreading disinformation.
I mean, she's got some nerve, doesn't she? She's really got some nerve. We know for a fact that base in Cyprus, that RAF base, is being used by the Israelis. The planes are taking off from Cyprus. They turn off their transponders when they're halfway there. They go collect intelligence above Gaza, give it to the Israelis, and then come back. And we also know since yesterday morning that the Israelis are actually being trained by the UK inside of Britain, which is a disgusting, disgusting scandal. I mean, do I have to remind you that the deadliest terrorist attack in history against British subjects was carried out by Israelis? We shouldn't even have, we should be apologizing to the Palestinians for having any role in Zionism. And the fact that we're not only allowing them to commit genocide, but helping them to commit genocide after what they have done to the UK and to the Palestinians. I mean, it's 20 scandals within one. Honestly, it's incomprehensible how anyone allows this shit to go ahead. It's really a scandal, and we need to talk about the fact as well. Give me a second to pull this up. We need to talk about the fact that public opinion. Where does public opinion lie right now? Okay, because most people that are watching this, when they see the Iranians responding to the Israelis, they see all these hypersonic missiles coming down and so on, You know, does the public have any misconceptions about what's going on? I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I think it's largely like what's happening in Gaza, where most people are aware who the aggressor is and who has, you know, all the ammunition and all the money on their side and all the immunity and impunity afforded to them by diplomatic, media, and political cover. I think everyone knows that it's the Israelis that are getting away with murder, literally. And I think when they see, you know, the reason online so many people are celebrating when they're seeing these missiles being fired by Iran back at Israel. And again, I'll talk about the strategic significance in just a second, but now just about public perception and you know, public sentiment. I think the reason people are celebrating is because, well, it's sort of like with the Germans, you know, when you send Heinkel 111s and Junkers 88s and V1s and V2s and you keep pounding the crap out of London. Well, when people you see B-17 flying fortresses and those Lancaster Mosquito bombers coming over the horizon in Stuttgart and in Dusseldorf and in Hamburg and in Dresden and in Berlin, they're going to celebrate because you started it and you normalized this idea of, you know, bombing the crap out of civilian cities, and they're not going to feel sorry. And I think that's where public sentiment is at. It's not my opinion, but that's what I'm observing and I'm reporting to you, as is my job. I think that's the reason most people are celebrating, because they've had enough of seeing Israel get away with murder in Gaza, and now, you know, they see Israel picking on someone their own size and getting slapped in the face in response. Now, are they actually getting slapped in the face? We come to strategy. This is a big question, because right now, this is an existential threat. This is an existential crisis. I wouldn't say for both. I know the Israelis keep saying that, oh, Iran wants to take them out and Iran wants to this and that. I think they keep referring to that thing that Ahmadinejad said like 2 decades ago and so on. And, you know, the fact that people chant death to Israel and death to America and so on. That's in response. That's because people are just, you know, they're upset after seeing their loved ones, their neighbors being murdered by US bombs and so on. I don't think they actually want to wipe out the United States. I really don't. The Israeli politicians just take those things out of context and try to blow them up. Right now, you know, as we've seen Israel take out Syria, you know, grab its land, it's not just about the government that they don't like. And again, who are they to not like the government? But they've been occupying Syrian land for decades. They took more land, and they've taken more land in Palestine. So that is existential, when you are literally erasing the country in a quantifiable, you know, statistical manner, in a methodical manner. It's literally an existential threat. And so there is, you know, we have to ask ourselves, well, what is Iran doing right now? Is this going to be enough? Because they failed to deter high-level assassinations. The proof is right before you. The fact that, you know, they killed Haniyeh in Tehran, right? In Tehran. That was on purpose. It was a message to the Iranians. Regardless who Haniyeh was, and the fact that he's, you know, in Hamas is irrelevant. They did it in Tehran for a reason. It was send a message that, you know, we can do this, and you can't do anything. And the bombing the embassy, and especially the one in Damascus, like why didn't they bomb an Iranian embassy in you know, El Salvador, for example, right? They did it in Damascus, especially to send a message to both. So you're dealing with a very irrational sociopathic actor who is allowed unlimited amounts of violence and given political media cover for that violence and all the tools to carry out that violence at the behest of the West. So you have to calibrate your response to that if you want to survive, right? And so if Iran's survival depends on deterrence, right? Like let's take North Korea as an example, where they're still around after all these sanctions and all these, you know, the US murdering 20% of their population and so on. Is Iran calibrating, you know, are they calibrating their response correctly? I don't know, honestly. You know, the fact that they did True Promise 1, they did True Promise 2, and then it still didn't stop the Israelis from killing Nasrallah, for example. It didn't stop them from, you know, taking out Fuad Shukr, from carrying out all these assassinations, because yes, those are Lebanese targets, but they're still, you know, linked to Iran, not in the proxy nonsense they keep repeating. They're just allies, right? They're allies. So it does affect both. But my point is they went ahead, they killed Soleimani as well a couple of years back. Nothing that Iran did up until this point has actually stopped the Israelis and Americans from carrying out high-level assassinations. Now, if you can go after the chief of staff, and you can go after the former chief of your nuclear agency, and you could go after the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, what's next? I mean, afterwards, you're just going to go and take out Khamenei, aren't you? You're going to take out the president at that point. Because there's no one to stop you. And why should you stop, right? Like from a strategic military point of view, you see your opponent is like, rolling over or basically not rolling over necessarily, but unable to defend themselves. You're just going to keep going, right? Especially with talking about an actor like Israel, where they have that tendency to just be absolutely ruthless, absolutely stone cold. So we have to ask, is what Iran doing right now going to prevent the Israelis from really escalating this to an end game scenario? I don't know. I really don't know. It's extremely difficult to tell. I think again, if you go back to public sentiment, I think a lot of people are looking at this and thinking that it's not enough, because when it comes to the mentality, I think that is really where the difference lies. I think that the Iranians, they have their belief system, their politics, literally, rooted, anchored in their religion. The fatwa, for example, against nuclear weapons is what is stopping them from developing them right now, because they have the technology, they have the means to build a nuclear bomb, but religiously they don't do it because they're against that kind of killing. Okay, at least that's the decree from Khamenei. Now, generally speaking, I think that this is a problem maybe in the global south. So it's nothing to do with Iran. It's nothing to do with Iran specifically, but just a problem in the global south is that tendency to be too kind. Does that make sense? Because let's take the Native Americans, for example, where they welcomed the Europeans coming over on boats, made deals with them, treaties, hundreds of treaties with the United States, all of them violated. Europeans, whether they're settlers in the United States or they're Israeli settlers, they or whether it's the UK, for example, just the British Empire, you keep seeing this pattern throughout history where they take advantage and abuse and murder, the other side on their own soil, on their own land, take their resources, because no one really did anything to deter them, right? You keep seeing them take advantage of them, whether it's through, stealing their oil, stealing their spices, making deals with them that they don't uphold. So it's on various levels. It's economic, it's diplomatic, it's military, it's related to the military as well. There's always this duplicitous nature about how Europeans treat people in the global south, right? And so it's not just an issue with Iran and Israel. This is a general thing that I think is it's a pattern that seems to emerge over and over, time and time again. And maybe it's related to that. Or maybe it's related to, like I said, the fatwa against nuclear weapons. I don't know. But my point here is that you're starting to see a shift in attitude where even after the killing of Soleimani, and then especially after Fakhrizadeh was killed, you had people in the Iranian parliament, and then even more recently, after October 7, you have more and more voices in the Iranian parliament, in the Majlis, calling for Iran to build nuclear weapons and for this fatwa, for this decree to be reversed. And I'll show you this clip. This is from a few days ago. I mean, what am I saying? It's from yesterday, excuse me. I've got so many things open here. So this is after the strikes that Israel carried out. Just give me a second to recalibrate here. I think it might be this one. So this is someone in the... Yeah, this one has subtitles. Okay, good. So here, I'll play this for you. This is an Iranian MP. Okay, and let's take a listen to what he's got to say. There.
مردم و فتوا دادن.
Okay, you should be able to see that now.
که ما نخواهیم ساخت سلاح هسته‌ای. ما به عنوان خدمتگزار مردم، نماینده کوچک مردم، من فکر می‌کنم ما نمایندگان از حضرت آقا استدعا کنیم که آقا اجازه بفرمایید الان کنار بی اتهام دارن ما رو میزنن، دارن فرزندان ما رو شهید میکنن، دانشمندان هسته‌ای ما رو شهید میکنن، فرماندهان عزیز سپاه ما رو شهید میکنن. اجازه بفرمایید ما بمب اتم داشته باشیم.
این که حالا فعلا در راهبرد دفاع جمهوری اسلامی به عنوان دکترین
نیست، ولی ما به عنوان
مأموریت خیلی جدی داره و فتوای رهبر معظم
بالاخره ما نمایندگان مردم باید استدعا کنیم بریم دست بزنیم آقا اجازه بفرمایید.
شما نکته واسه
تکلیف ما رو باید روشن کنن. اینطوری نمیشه به یک اتهام دروغین دائما داریم مؤاخذه و محاکمه میشیم. تا کی باید سرداران عظیم سردار حاج قاسم سلیمانی رو شهید کردن، ما چه انتقامی گرفتیم؟ حالا درسته پایگاه این الاسد زدیم اونجا، چی شد؟
So, this is obviously a very, very pertinent point and question. How long is this going to go on for? Because Iran has failed to establish deterrence. Okay, this is again a strategic, question of military capability, and also political will. Because it's not only related to your hardware or what you have in store, right? It's are you willing to do what it takes, and so on. It's also a moral question, honestly, and I suppose. Because, the Israelis, they seem to have this mindset of might is right, and survival of the fittest. And whereas you look at the Iranians and their allies, and it seems to be more like, generally speaking, right? Not 100%, but it's more anchored in, okay, being merciful. You can see this basically with like how they target people. The Iranians right now, when they bombed Tel Aviv, they didn't, massacre a bunch of children like the Israelis do in Gaza, right? You understand the difference? Or the Americans using depleted uranium in Fallujah, just like causing cancer and birth defects for decades, or dropping nuclear weapons on civilians in Japan, or napalming children in Vietnam. There is a moral difference between how the West conducts warfare and, how their victims do. Doesn't mean warfare is good in any scenario. It's actually fucking horrible. And anyone who tells you otherwise has never been to a war zone. There's nothing nice about it at all. Shouldn't romanticize it. But my point is just that if you're going to be merciful, quote unquote, right, or limited in your response and deterrence, that might end up getting you killed. You might actually face that existential crisis, and that might be where Iran is at right now. This is my overarching point. Now, you have to ask yourself, does that justify building a nuclear bomb, using a nuclear bomb even? Does it justify stooping to, your adversary's level? I don't know. But I think these are important questions that have to be asked, because the Israelis obviously have no problem, doing whatever it takes to get their way, right? Blackmail, this whole Epstein crap with the blackmail ring, or, buying off politicians, smearing and attacking people, murdering people, blowing people up with pagers, blowing up people like Ghassan Kanafani with his niece in a car, murdering journalists. Like they'll murder anyone to get their way. But, what do you become if you allow yourself to do that? You might win strategically. You might obtain, just through brute force, you might end up obtaining strategic victories, not because you used your brain, but just through brute force, the sheer amount of bombs and bullets. But what are you at the end of the day? They call themselves the Jewish state, but is there anything really Jewish or religious or, merciful or about the way Israel behaves? Not really. I mean, you can't really say that, God sanctioned bombing a bunch of children with white phosphorus, can you? So I think this is more of a moral question or a religious question, or a philosophical question, but I think it's one that has to be asked nonetheless, because, they constantly want to talk about, the clash of civilizations and all this stuff and make it like about, Jews and Muslims. No, it's nothing to do with that. I'm talking about this from a perspective of just morality. Whatever the religion is not relevant. I'm talking about it from, like, is it acceptable from a moral point of view, from a philosophical point of view, to actually do whatever it takes, including building a nuclear bomb, maybe even using it, because you feel that your existence is being threatened by someone who is completely blinded by bloodlust. And in this case, I mean a real existential threat, not like the ones the Israelis talk about, because they're settlers. They have the possibility to leave. They choose to occupy. No one forced them to come to Palestine. So I'm posing this as an open-ended question, of how far do you go? It really is. I really do not know the answer to that. And how, what does Iran have to do to get the Israelis to stop assassinating their leaders, their scientists, and so on. What's next? Like, are the Israelis going to use a nuke on the Iranians to get their way? Are they willing to bomb a nuclear facility and have radiation leaking out and poisoning the whole region to get their way? You know, where does this go? I really think these are important questions now, because we've reached a level of conflict here it's frankly unprecedented, and we've got two potential nuclear wars that could break out. Well, just recently, I mean, India and Pakistan had their own thing, which is, you know, but I wanted to, of course, come and do a video on that, but I did talk about it with George Galloway, if you want to go watch that. But anyway, you know, we really are at a crossroads here, and frankly, this going back to this whole thing with like, oh, America doesn't want to get involved and all this stuff. It's already involved. It made the weapons. It made the policy. Okay, Israel is America. There is no difference between the two. I'm sorry. It's time to start taking some responsibility for this. You know, instead of acting like if you say people in America don't want anything to do with this, I understand, and that's true, and I get it. But you have to be very specific, right? Because when you say America, well, that includes the government and the deep state and you know, the military industrial complex of Wall Street. They absolutely do want this, and they absolutely are a part of this. So, you know, you can't just act like it's not the case. Nothing happens. The Israelis do not lift a finger without the Americans giving them the nod first. Okay, you understand that. Why do you think the Israelis bother having a partnership and an alliance with the United States? Why? For what? Because they like the color of their flags? I mean, you know, it's because they need the resources to carry out these acts of violence, and the Americans need, they need a henchman to go and you know, basically an enforcer to project their influence and power in the region without doing it too obviously, although they are quite obvious. Americans are not known for their subtlety, are they? But anyway, I want to make another point here as well. This is here. Let me read this from Ali Abu Nimr from Electronic Intifada. So he says, "We see you Arabs, Arab Americans, Muslims, leftists, who spent years demonizing Iran and engaging in vile anti-Shia sectarian incitement on behalf of the U.S. empire and its regime change wars, now pretending horror and opposition to Israel's U.S.-backed aggression." Because, you know, countries like Saudi Arabia did issue, edicts of condemnation and statements and so on. And it's very nice and it sounds lovely on paper. And, you know, I'm all for diplomacy and nice press releases. Very, very good. But, you know, And by the way, they did have that peace deal brokered by China and so on. Very good. Fine. But at the end of the day, Saudi Arabia is backing Israel, right? They are helping the Israelis. All the, you know, the neighboring countries, the same thing. But I know Ali in this case doesn't necessarily mean those Gulf states. He's speaking more broadly, because you do have this element of people who really just like giving Iran a bollocking all the time. You know, here's this one from Camilla. It says, "The level of demonization and belittlement of Iran by leftists in the United States and Canada is not only indicative of ignorance, it's indicative of supremacism, which for those who don't know forms the basis of Zionism, and they still parade as friends of Palestine." Yeah, I think that is certainly, well, it's not far-fetched, let's put it that way. You know, you have this like, oh, the regime in Iran and this and that. Yeah, but you know, when you're peddling that stuff, you're basically echoing what the Israelis and the Americans are saying. You're basically manufacturing consent for this narrative that Iran is evil, Iran has to be dealt with, Iran is oppressing this and that, you know. Really? Like, are you sure you came up with that by yourself and not, you know, someone planted the seed in your mind? You're sure that's your own intellectual work right there? Are you sure 100%? And are you sure what you're saying is actually verifiable and true? And are you sure that that's really the priority here? Because look, I'll tell you something, man. You know, when it comes to Syria, for example, I rarely brought up Syria. I mean, of course, when I'm doing my job reporting on what was happening in Syria, never stopped, right? But when it came to the genocide in Palestine, there was a lot of, you know, a unity, I suppose, or cohesion in terms of people saying, look, genocide is wrong, it's bad, right? And so obviously, you don't want to start fracturing that unless you are the Israelis and the Americans or the people committing the genocide. Obviously, you would want to fracture that movement or fracture that narrative, right? And splinter it. And what you do, you use divide and conquer. And they did try to bring in, you know, like Iranian opposition and Syrian opposition, and they launched that attack, that offensive in Syria, and took down the government. It worked. So the point here is just that, you know, you got people that are ready to make an issue about Syria or about Iran, and they're not even from Syria, they're not even from Iran. These countries have no effect or relation to their lives in any goddamn capacity, and they're actually the only countries, or used to be, right, up until December, that were helping the Palestinians on a material level or a diplomatic level, you know, like as a state, because Iran and Syria particularly are the only state actors, you know, as formal countries, UN members and so on, that were actually helping the Palestinians. You know, all the other actors were non-state actors, didn't have these tools at their disposal, right? So that's why I'm bringing up these two specifically. And you had in this Palestine, because Camilla's bringing it up in her tweet, these people posing as friends of Palestine, or, you know, saying they're pro-Palestinian, who would then like go and not allow someone to speak at an event, or start, you know, doing this whole cancel culture, which is really Zionist, right? It's so Israeli, because of their stance on Syria. And it's like, you're not even fucking Syrian. Like, how does this affect you in any way? Like, who are you to give someone else a bollocking about their own country, right? It's a good question, isn't it? And only an Israeli would do that, because they have another agenda at play, which is fracture. You know, take out this actor, take out that speaker, take out this person, make the movement weaker. But I'm speaking to a different point there. That's a bit of a tangent. I just want to go back to one more tweet from Ali on this topic, and you know, he's bringing up. Honestly, I feel kind of dirty, like even giving him the time of day. But anyway, he's talking about this one, yeah, so, you know, with this whole, Iran is run by a despicable theocratic regime, and, you know, all the key words are there, right? Like all the nice regime change vocabulary. So Iran is run by a despicable theocratic regime, authoritarian, blah 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 blah, which needs to be overthrown by force, right? Weird. I never hear these people say Israel has to be overthrown by force, despite it also being, you know, like more aligned with these words than Iran actually is, really. Anyway, but your pathetic whataboutery is not relevant because Britain is not in fact a supporter of Iran, yeah, etc. And there's another one here, I think, Assad and Iran are both responsible for grave war crimes and sickening atrocities. Yeah, like the UK and, you know, Starmer, they're not. I mean, really, this is... I have nothing but contempt for Iran. You asked me, and there's a reason that these people are, you know, promoted by mainstream media on occasion, because they serve the overarching narrative. What is the overarching narrative? Is that, look, there's a right way to do it. It's the Western way. Democracy, human rights, blah blah blah. You know, dictator. It's the whole. This is vocabulary that Dick Cheney uses, okay? Obviously, it doesn't mean that, you know, you can't have actual debates about what, you know, political system is better. No, that's not the point here. But using this kind of vocabulary to make the world black and white and say that the West does it right, they do it wrong, and we should go and take them down by force, and you know, they're tyrannical and they're oppressing their own people and blah, blah, blah. I mean, are you seriously gonna like act like Iran is a bigger priority than the UK, you know, your own country? Like you're gonna tell me that poor people in the UK who can't pay their bills should shut the fuck up and you know, just swallow all the crap that they're given because we have to worry about Iran being supposedly tyrannical? What a load of nonsense. That's such a good way to give the establishment a break, right? It's such a good way to deflect from issues at home and then make the other, you know, the problem, and then get money siphoned off to the military industrial complex and then start bombing people and taking their land. How practical. What a gift, right? How lovely that this just magically seems to serve that objective, and it just works out, right? But it's totally about democracy. It's totally about democracy and human rights, mate. Yeah, it's just like neocon garbage, really, honestly. And you know, talking about democracy and human rights, we don't even have that in the West. We don't even have that here. So, you know, anyway, just be on the lookout for this demonization that you constantly see about Iran oh, Iran wants to destroy the world, Iran this and that. Why are you worrying so much about Iran? For God's sake, like, what did they do to you? Really? Like honestly, is that something that came out of your own head, or, you know, someone put that idea in your head? Honestly, it's amazing how much time there is for you know, people in the West to worry about demonizing other countries instead of fixing their own countries. Really easy, really practical to, you know, sit in London and start pointing fingers at Moscow instead of pointing fingers at London. Very, very comfortable. Best way to avoid getting in trouble and basically not do your job if you are indeed working or pretending to be a journalist. Best way, yeah, you know. Anyway, let's see what's coming in. I don't know how long we've been streaming. I don't really care, frankly. We're going to keep going. And yeah, so I'm just going to start. I'm going to start milling in the news that's coming in right now, because I've gone through everything that I wanted to talk about, and we're going to keep covering this live and going. Now, before I continue, please make sure you hit the like button. It's the first time I ask you. We have been live for almost 3 hours, so not bad. And again, if you guys can please support the show. I've rebuilt most of the studio, but not entirely. But anyway, your sustained efforts help me to keep going with my journalism, so thank you for that. And I don't know, for those of you who've just like tuned in, as I was saying before, I'm still under investigation. Apparently I'm still a terrorist. They can't decide, like, that, you know, I find this funny that they had to send 6 officers to arrest me in the plane, but they need like 10 months to you know, and they still haven't charged me. What was so urgent that you had to get me in the goddamn plane and handcuff me? Just, you know, but that's Western democracy for you. The free press, you know. Anyway, so yeah, I appreciate you guys donating to the GoFundMe and to the PayPal, and all the links are in the description. But I'm going to keep going, of course, and we're going to keep covering what's going on, because this really is, without exaggeration, it's a, you know, it's a war, like in the full sense of it, and there's nothing glorious or good about this at all. I know, you know, each side is trying to, and I'm not trying to like both sides this at all. I'm just trying to underscore the reality of how harsh conflict is. It's really not nice. It's really not nice, or funny. It's awful. It's truly awful. But the thing is, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to figure out, like, how do you come to a peaceful settlement, whatever that means? Because, you know, I don't know. I feel like this is an existential threat to the Iranians right now. The Israelis, no one is gonna do anything to them. For God's sake, I mean, look how much support they have from the West. Who's gonna touch them? They're getting away with genocide. No one's touching them. So, you know, they're not actually facing an existential threat. The Iranians, I think they are. And as a result, by extension, you could even argue that so are the Palestinians, because if the Iranians are the biggest backers, right, and you take out their biggest backers, well, then you put the Palestinians at risk as well, don't you? And they're already at risk. So, you know, it's looking very bad. It's looking very bad. And look at Syria. If I can give you the example of Syria. Well, I mean, Syria, obviously, it still exists, but like in what shape, in what form? As far as I'm concerned, Syria's been destroyed. Syria's gone. And you know, that might be a pessimistic point of view, and you know, someone might say, well, look at Syria, it's been occupied and invaded 1 million times and always comes back, and you would be right, and that's true. But honestly, the Syria in its current form is a sectarian monstrosity, you know, compared to what it used to be 15 years ago. I mean, and in every way, like economically, financially. You know, it's doing much worse. The infrastructure is destroyed. The society is destroyed. What is left, right? So that was also existential. It wasn't about the government. It's not about like a cult of personality. This is irrelevant, right? It's about the society surviving in its best form, or in one of its best forms. And you didn't have any of this sectarianism before. You had it like in, you know, tiny amounts, but not enough for anyone to actually do anything violent and start, you know, going about it like it is now, where it's completely lawless and out of control. It wasn't like that at all. You always have nut jobs in every single country in the world. Obviously, you have racists and, you know, people who are sectarian in every country, without exception. But there's a difference between giving those people weapons from the CIA and not giving them weapons and not enabling them into becoming the monster that we see today in control of Syria. There is a big bloody difference, isn't there? Or with the Israelis, for example. I mean, at the end of the day, the Israelis are what? They're a bunch of extremists from Eastern Europe. It's a European colonial movement. And the West just gave them diplomatic cover and bombs and guns and let them run wild. And now we see the results of that policy. So anyway, my point, just to go back about Syria and how that relates to Iran. I mean, Iran could still be facing an existential threat, even if the country still exists afterwards. But, who's to say the society will still be the same, that people will have the same standard of living? They've already gone through all these sanctions. They've already tried to coup the countries and succeeded sometimes at least on one occasion they did and failed another time. So they've been, facing these attacks for decades and decades and decades. It's got nothing to do with nukes, but everything to do with oil, with their geographic location, with their foreign policy. So keep that in mind. Let's look at some of the footage that I'm coming across here, and I don't know if some of you have already sent in donations with questions and stuff. I'm sorry, I didn't even think to read them. I haven't been streaming for a while, so I need to get back in the habit. But no, we're good. We're good. I'll try and read them in a sec. When I'm getting a break, I'll go find my phone wherever it is. So yeah, just let me pull this up here and we can look at this footage. This is from Lebanon. What do we have here? Oh, I think someone is trying to make the point that the Lebanese people are still partying despite the drones and the missiles flying over in the sky. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I can confirm this is accurate. It's the same in Syria. There's also one clip that I saw from the war in Syria like a while back, a couple of years ago, where it's like literally a tank battle in a street somewhere, and the traffic is just continuing like this. It's the wildest thing I've ever seen. But generally, I mean, it's not really that funny, because this is like kind of a coping mechanism for people. It's kind of like you're forcing yourself to ignore the goddamn crap that's happening because you don't want to get affected by it. It's not because you're okay with it by any means. And the fact that this is normalized and imposed on people is because of Israel, because of the United States. They want to keep Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Palestine, Yemen in a constant state of emergency, of fear, of panic, of basically feeling unsecure and insecure, both on a psychological and a material level. And then, of course, they are the ultimate victims, right? America is the victim of Iran. Oh, Israel's the victim. They have to keep peddling this nonsense. And again, you ask yourself, what are you doing in their country? Please explain how you got this lost. How did you end up here? Huh? Easiest way to solve the whole issue is how did you end up there? Ask yourself that, and then you'll figure out the rest. But I'd really like to know if this F-35 has been shot down. So, because that is really significant. That is really significant. I'm seeing some clips and stuff, but I think those are probably from what's that game again? Arma? No, Arma's old. It might be from Arma. I'm forgetting. It's a sim. It's a flight sim. Someone will tell me in the comments now in a second, I'm sure. Yeah, it's one of those flight sims on Steam. It looks pretty realistic, but I don't think it's real. So the Israelis, by the way, just to give you some more news, the Israelis have decided that they're going to arrest other Israelis who film or post any kind of footage coming out of Tel Aviv and stuff. And I want to say two things about this. Number one, it makes perfect sense from a security standpoint, because, when that footage is posted online, it's not only humiliating, of course, but it's also providing targeting information for your adversaries so they can, calibrate their missiles and so on. So yes, it is a genuine security thing. But it just, when Syria, for example, had a ban on filming, what would someone in the West tell you then? Oh, they're authoritarian and this kind of stuff. So I just want to draw this parallel here to show you that you know, there's always like understanding and compassion and sympathy for, you know, the measures that have to be taken against democratic freedoms in Israel or America because it's necessary. But, you know, as soon as other countries do the exact same thing, oh my God, they're authoritarian tyrants. How dare they? Right? It's such a crap double standard. It's so like, it's really like cheap and petty. So I think they have shot it down. You know, I think they have shot down that F-35. It's been reported now by Press TV, and they're saying it's 2 of them actually. And I don't know about the female pilot, but this is the footage that's been posted by Press TV of the wreckage. Let's take a look. I haven't seen this until now. So again, we're doing a marathon live stream. Duh, who else would? So we can't make out anything, but yeah, I mean, you saw what the Iranians have been able to develop in terms of you know, their ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. It's really impressive, especially given the sanctions, right? That they were able to do this research and get to that point. So my point here is that it's entirely possible that they've reached a similar level of steadfastness and you know, military capability when it comes to downing jets. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's true, but it's still something remarkable. So anyway, I'll keep you up to date on that and what's happening. But yeah, you know, yeah, the Israelis are still carrying out attacks on Iran right now, as we speak. And this one was just posted by Avichai, who's the Arabic spokesperson for the IDF, who I honestly find he's kind of like a character, you know, like the Israeli ambassador at the UN who's ripping up the shredder. He's like that in my eyes, just like funny as hell, honestly. Like I can't really, you know. Anyway, he puts out statements, like, because usually he's just doing videos in Arabic, right? Like to try and, you know, get people to like Israel. It's basically you know, psyop stuff. But this is more of a news item, and he's saying here that here, I'll try and put it up on screen for you, and I don't know if you can see that, but basically he's saying that the Israeli chief of staff, you know, head of the Air Force, the marshal of the Air Force, have you know, in checking the situation this morning, the road to Iran is paved, and they're, you know, Israeli aircraft are gonna begin taking out targets in Tehran. That's basically just confirming what we already knew, that they're still continuing. It's not something that's limited, because remember, with True Promise 1 and True Promise 2, and you know, the assassination of Haniya, like, those were limited strikes that lasted for a few hours and then it was over. And this has been going on now for you know, non-stop, like several volleys and several salvos of missiles being lobbed by Iran, and the Israelis are still taking out targets. And, you know, I mean, Trump telling them to come and negotiate or accept a deal after he pulled out of the first deal, and after he's now helped assassinate their top military leadership and scientists. I mean, I don't believe for one second that this guy actually knows anything in business or how to negotiate, because the normal reaction of someone who has just been subjected to these onslaughts by Donald Trump and by his friends would be to basically give him the finger. I mean, you know, this is madness, honestly. Like, you think that they're going to come and now accept a deal after what you've just done? You're out of your mind. You're really out of your mind. You're actually lucky that they wanted to talk to you after you pulled out of the first agreement. You're really lucky. And yeah, it's just maddening. It's really maddening, this whole stuff. And these people acting like Donald Trump is, it's not his fault, and, you know, he's just the president, but he can't do everything, and they take an advice. Grow up, please. Like, stop. Like, they're such cultists. These people are actually cultists. Like, You know, they talk about cult of personality in Syria and Iran and this kind of stuff. No. This is like an American version of it. You're just so blinded by Trump, you can't accept that he duped you and screwed you, and you got played. Just accept it and admit it, and it will maybe redeem yourself. This is embarrassing otherwise, really. Like you know, the guy did the same thing with Ukraine, right? Like with Russia. Oh yeah, we want a peace deal. Yeah. And then they're just wasting time using negotiations as a cover to, you know, give NATO and the Ukrainians ample opportunity and time to set up these drones and then go after Russia's fleet of strategic bombers. So when I say strategic bombers, these are the planes that would drop nukes in the necessity or in the event of a nuclear war, and they are really your most prized possession in any military arsenal. You know, I mean, perhaps along with nuclear submarines, right? You cannot. I don't even know how that whole security breach happened. It's a scandal. Like, the Russians have to take responsibility for that. But again, I don't know the details. My point is just that Donald Trump is not interested in peace, and this idea that he is a peace president is so disgusting and dumb. Like, first of all, do you not forget he's already been president before? And what did he do? Well, he helped the Israelis maintain and extend actually their rule and iron fist of the Middle East and kill more people. So no, he's not interested in peace. You are deluding yourself. And he's shown that over and over and over again. And yes, politicians lie when they're on the campaign trail. Welcome to politics. Jesus, like it's like talking to children or something. Anyway, so I'm seeing a bunch of things here. This is from Gaza. You can see people in Gaza celebrating what's happening as they because look, the missiles and drones coming in. You see them over Iraq. You see them over Palestine. You see them over Syria, over Lebanon, during the day and during the night. Okay, you see them coming in, and again, just to give you that analogy that I did, the same analogy that I did earlier, the reason people are celebrating is because it's like, you know, if you've been in London during the Blitz and you've had these Junkers 88s and these Heinkel 111s and V2s and V1s bombing you, you know, coming every single night and dropping explosives on you indiscriminately, and then suddenly you've got B-17s and Mosquitoes and Lancasters going the other direction towards Germany, you're going to celebrate. I think it was Norman Finkelstein who also talked about wasn't it his parents in the concentration camp with the other, so when his parents were in the Nazi concentration camps with other inmates and they saw Allied bombers, they would celebrate because the people that are oppressing them, the Nazis, were getting their asses kicked. So this is the same kind of sentiment. It's not my sentiment necessarily, but I'm just reporting to you that people that are being oppressed by Israel are seeing Iran hitting back, and they are jubilant. Okay, as a result. There is that dry enough for you? Here, let me show you what kind of stuff is coming in.
الرد الإيراني بلش، جاهزين؟ تعالوا معي. شت عينك يا خويف وقعد على الساكت يرحم.
Again, there was nothing nice about war, right? It's nothing. I don't think any of these people are. I think they'd be the first to tell you that. They don't need me to come and, you know, someone in Gaza is very familiar with what war is, so I don't think they're celebrating that. It's more a sense of justice or, of relief, I suppose, that, oh, well, the person bombing and starving me is now being dealt with, so I'm going to celebrate. I think that's what's going on. I think that's an accurate or fair description, no? So it's not necessarily an approval of violence at all. More like, oh, I'm going to be left alone now. Maybe that's the psychological reasoning behind it. So there's also stuff I've seen from Yemen, where people are, here it is. So this is a clip from Yemen. Now Yemen is obviously much further away, and they cannot see these things in the sky, but nevertheless they are sitting down and watching this stuff on these massive screens. And well, I mean, Yemen are also victims of Israeli aggression. As a matter of fact, the Israelis used to steal babies, Jewish Yemeni babies, and they decimated their Jewish community like they did in other Arab countries, in Syria and Iraq and Egypt, because they need to populate their colony, right? And get some tan in the mix. That's really what they did. And in any case, there's also the recent aggression, which you all know about, of course, in addition to that. But just to go back to what's happening right now, you can see they're watching this on a massive screen. Obviously all the people online that are jubilant, I suppose, as well. But I'm trying to show you stuff from on the ground, like actual footage. Here you can also see, you can hear people in Gaza celebrating in the background. Now, this is nothing new. I mean, we saw this during True Promise 1 and 2 and so on, but there's it's interesting seeing, for example, this stuff from the Israelis where they say, the Israelis are running to the shelters and so on. I mean, we go back to that aspect of being quote unquote privileged during war to even have a shelter, right? A bunker to hide in, whereas Palestinians do not, the Yemenis do not. People in Syria, in Iraq, in Iran do not, because those countries have been devastated by sanctions engineered by Israel. They've been bombed by Israel, by America, to the point that they don't even have basic, the basic infrastructure in its entirety taken care of, let alone a wartime shelter constructed as well. And yet Israelis have that quote unquote privilege of being able to even go to a bunker or a shelter, which obviously saves your life. It works. That's the reason it exists. Of course, then being able to leave the country. I mean, you can't do that in Gaza. You can't even go by sea or by land. No, you're boxed in. But anyway, there's the point here is just that you have actually millions of Israelis that are in the shelters right now, like really millions that are fleeing to the shelters. And Netanyahu has been saying, I don't have the video right now in front of me, but yeah, Netanyahu was saying that get ready or prepare yourselves. So he's talking to other Israelis. He's saying, get ready to stay in the shelters for longer periods of time than what you're accustomed to, and bring food and all this stuff. But that you're going to have to get ready for an extended stay. So that's another indication that this is not going anywhere. This war, except forward. And so just to talk about the kinds of missiles that the Iranians are using from technology and an armaments point of view. Here, these are some of the things that they have. And so they have these ballistic missiles called Horam Shar. Okay, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Horam Shar. But the Iranian media are now saying that they might be using those, and this is you can pack this with one warhead or multiple warheads, and it's not like a cluster bomb really, but basically you can. I mean, honestly, many kinds of munitions are built to split into multiple things. It's not exclusive to cluster bombs at all, but just so you understand, kind of, I'll show you a picture in a second. But this has like a range of, what, 2,000 kilometers? If you look at the map, the shortest distance between occupied Palestine and Iran is like 1,500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Let me just pull this up and calculate it. But, it's, so basically this can far exceed the length, but that's really if Iran's coming right to the border with Iraq and then firing it from there. I don't necessarily think they are. I don't think they have any fixed silos for this kind of scenario. You want to be mobile and move around, so you can't get struck afterwards. Now, storage then becomes a huge problem because you've got to resupply the launching pads. I mean, this is that becomes a big problem, and that will slow you down. But you make it harder to be struck afterwards because they can't locate you. Anyway, let me just show you this medium range ballistic missile. Okay, so I don't know what they're going to be firing it at, but this is not something that you just whip out on a whim. My point here is that this is like if the hypersonics that I just showed you weren't characteristic enough of how severe and serious this is, maybe these will be as well. Here, let me pull this up on the screen. There's more footage coming in from Tel Aviv, although I think this was filmed a few hours ago. But here, these are the Khorasha things, missiles I was just talking about. Things. Okay, one sec. I'm just pulling it up on the screen. There you go. Yeah, I mean, absolutely massive. Those are real chonkers right there. Yeah, again, in terms of the Israelis, the way that they struck Iran when they took out their military leadership or parts of it and the scientists during the initial attack, they used hundreds of fighter jets, according to news reports. Honestly, I mean, it's not. I don't know if that's true. They always like to exaggerate, these Israelis' capabilities and stuff, but it's not impossible. And given the scale and devastation of the attack, again, neither Israel is going to tell you the real figure, nor will the Iranians, because it's a security issue for one and an embarrassing issue for the other, and vice versa when it comes to Iran hitting back. So we will never get the real number or scale of it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's at least, a couple of dozen. I mean, they will do that just on a regular thing, and then you have planes that need to come and help refuel. Iran is not, I said it's 1,500 kilometers, depending on what area of Iran and so on. But, it's not a short distance flight. Even when they were bombing Iraq in the 80s to take out their nuclear program, not that Iran has a nuclear weapons program, but the point is, even then they had to refuel and so on. It's not an easy or short, little excursion. So there's tons of planes that are going to be involved with this, and not just Israeli ones, but Americans, and all these bases, like the RAF base in Cyprus might be helping as well, or the bases in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. Now, look, what the Iranians have to consider is, and this is something I was talking about before in other videos, and it comes down to what tools do they have available, because they don't have all these all this military equipment like the Israelis do. So what can the Iranians do? Well, they can close the Strait of Hormuz, right? So I'm going to pull up the map, and you can see again, this is one of the choke points in world in the world economy, and especially important for oil, right? Just a second, I'm just changing the language here. Okay, so yeah, you can see on the map, this is a very important thing to understand. So right here between Spain and Morocco, you've got Gibraltar, right? That's an important choke point. And then another one is, of course, the Suez Canal, okay? And then the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which Yemen did close. And then you have the Strait of Hormuz. So really, the most important shipping lanes in the world, bar the Panama Canal, pass through Arab countries, okay? I mean, Strait of Hormuz, look, it's basically Iran up here in the north, and then to the south you've got the UAE and, of course, Oman. Bab el-Mandeb Strait is with Djibouti in Yemen. Suez Canal in Egypt. Gibraltar with Morocco. it takes 5 seconds of cutting, cutting traffic through these choke points for Arab countries to get their way with anything, right? No violence, no nothing. You just shut down the shipping lanes and see how quickly they would stop the genocide in Gaza. Just see how quickly. But of course, that's why the Americans and the Israelis work on compromising these countries, because they don't want to have to worry about that. They want to have the strategic advantage of controlling those commercial those vital shipping lanes. That's why they go and bother to subvert, to coup, to control, and do whatever it takes to make sure that they're running the show. So this does not happen, because in the past, you remember Saudi Arabia, for example, in 73, there was the oil crash, because the Saudis, when they still had a spine, they punished the West for its support of Israel by cutting off the oil, jacking up the prices, and then you had queues and queues of American cars. It almost destroyed the West, right? It's not a joke. So this is really, really a potent tool. It's a really, really potent tool. And they made sure to get rid of the Saudi king after that, didn't they? They made sure to get rid of him. So there's a reason. I mean, it's quite incredible that Spain, for example, is more pro-Palestinian than Morocco. And Spain is not the Arab country in this equation. So, an Israeli warship will try to dock in Morocco because Spain won't let them. And yet Morocco is an Arab country. I mean, this is scandalous. And I'm not just talking an Israeli random ship, bringing in fish. No, a warship. One that's going to Gaza to kill other Arabs. Morocco will let it dock because they get spy satellites, they get, cyber weapons in exchange, and who knows what else, honestly. So, whatever it takes, they're going to bring them into the fold, blackmail them, use the carrot or the stick, whatever it takes, but to make sure that they get to keep the oil flowing and the goods flowing through those choke points. Now, Yemen says, screw that. We have to ask ourselves why Iran haven't cut the Strait of Hormuz yet. What are they waiting for? Because they have threatened to do it in the past. They've made clear that they are capable, and obviously they are capable. We know that they have the military hardware to do it. It's not that wide, it's not that big, and it's really not that difficult to cut off. And they certainly have more military power than the UAE or Oman. That's for sure. And I don't think Oman is even going to stand in their way, because Oman have a different foreign policy than UAE and Saudi and Qatar. But anyway, my point is just that they can do it. And we come back to this question of strategy and existential threat. Iran have tried up until now to wage war, or rather defend themselves, in using a sub-threshold form of attack. So what does that mean? It means they're going to do everything except escalate. They're going to fire enough rockets or supply enough to this militia, whatever it takes, just enough to try and grind the enemy down without causing an escalation, okay? So sub-threshold, just underneath the threshold. Has that worked? No. It worked for a while. It worked as long as it did until, I suppose, 2 days ago, or whenever you want to, you could also start with Soleimani. I mean, honestly, that's probably a better event on the timeline, but because, that I still think that was the most high-profile assassination. But my point is just that it worked for a while, this asymmetrical warfare of backing, neighboring groups, militias, guerrilla fighters that are your neighbors, or, also fighting a common enemy, whether it's Israeli occupation or American imperialism. That worked for however long it did. But now Iran is facing, a completely different animal or beast or dimension of warfare, one that is not going to relent. And you can see with Gaza as well. I think the fact that the world failed to hold Israel accountable in Gaza is another reason for this. It's not only because of Iran's foreign policy. I think that it's very important to underscore that, because it's very easy to with hindsight, to kind of say, well, obviously everything you did was wrong, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But it's not only Iran. This is a multi-pronged theater, isn't it? Right? The fall of Syria, for example, has also had an impact on what is happening. I think if Syria hadn't fallen, maybe the Israelis wouldn't have gone after Iran. I think that emboldened them to do this. So, and like I was saying, the fact they weren't held accountable for Gaza also emboldened them. So, you know, it's not something that can be entirely attributed to, oh, Iran failed to do this and that. But obviously now they have to make a choice. You know, what do? Do you just, you know, do the whole true promise thing again, where you fire a bunch of salvos and then let it go and then hope the Israelis go away? Or are you going to start really, you know, taking bold, decisive action, like cutting off oil traffic to the rest of the planet? Because some might argue that that's really like the last card that you will keep under your sleeve. I don't know, honestly. I mean, you might not have a sleeve. You might not have a sleeve left, or an arm to wear a sleeve on and a card to pull out of by the time that you think it's time to use it. You know, I mean, it might be too late by then, given the actor that you're dealing with, the irrational, violent actor that you're dealing with, right? And again, this is not necessarily with Iran, Israel. It's just in general. If you're dealing with an adversary who's capable of this kind of violence and with unlimited resources, no accountability, you might have to think about, you know, busting out more, you know, decisive or impactful tools beforehand. I don't know. We're basically playing, you know, guess the future right now, aren't we? It's difficult to tell. But in any case, the Israelis rightfully feel emboldened. I mean, rightfully, not from necessarily a moral point of view, obviously, but from a strategic point of view. Why wouldn't they feel emboldened? Like they've been given a perfect a recipe for just that. They've got everything they need. Victories, you know, under their belt, resources, the cover, all of it. Of course they're going to go after Iran. Of course, I told you this when they took Syria. I said Iran is next. Did I not do that? Go and watch the videos. I told you Iran is next. Obviously, I mean, you know, Syria was always the thorn in their side. I think even certainly longer than Iran. You know, Syria was already anti-Zionist and refusing to accept Israel since day one. Iran took a while until there was the revolution. You know what I mean? So just in terms of the chronology, Syria has always been that thorn in Israel's side, just in terms of time. But Iran was more powerful, you know, in terms of being able to offer regional support and get through the sanctions and so on. I mean, Syria did a good job as well, you know, considering all the obstacles put in its way. But nevertheless, both of those countries, you know, they were really the main targets for the Israelis, because they know once they deal with them, once they take out the Syrian government, there's no more support for the Palestinian groups. There's no more base for political base for them. And lo and behold, they're cleaning out the Palestinian groups right now. They're arresting their leaders. They're disbanding them. You know, PIJ used to be hosted there. Now it's gone. And it's like, you know, they're literally going and jailing them. So doing everything they want, and the material support that would come through Syria but from Iran is been cut off. Both to Lebanon and to Palestine and to Syria. I mean, it's, you know, this is really, really, I stand by what I said, where Syria was the most strategic victory that the Israelis obtained in this war. It wasn't being able to commit genocide. You know, a genocide is not a strategy. It's actually quite the opposite, isn't it? It's more like senseless, blind bloodlust. Taking out Syria is very calculated, very, very impactful on everything, from foreign policy to material results on the ground. That has always been their goal, and they succeeded in it, you know. And it took them 50 years to do it, but they did it in the end. You know, they tried with Cohen, with Eli Cohen. They tried through, you know, trying to entice or you know, woo Assad, the son, when he became the president. You know, they tried the carrot, come to Buckingham Palace, come, you know, join us, you know, we'll be nice to you and everything. When that didn't work, they brought out the stick. And they did what they did, and it worked in the end. It did work. And now they're going after Iran. And by the way, I think, speaking of which, you remember some people were suggesting, and again, it's, you know, as a hypothesis, it's not entirely far-fetched, but there were some people suggesting that, well, Syria fell because Iran and Russia sold them out, right? Well, I think what's happening kind of disproves that now, doesn't it? Because if that were true, the war in Ukraine would have already stopped, and they wouldn't have gone after Iran, would they? I mean, who's really to say, honestly? We simply don't know. But I think the fact that they're still going at the Russians and Iran, I mean, Like, no, I think it disproves that, at least for now, unless some new evidence comes to light or something. I think it put that theory to bed or to rest for now. What do you guys think? Because some people really did have that suspicion, right? Like, oh, look, they're negotiating an end to the war in Ukraine and they're negotiating the nuclear deal. Well, no, they're not. It was all bullshit. It was a ruse. It was a ruse to be even more violent. So, I mean, maybe they did want that, and Syria was the sacrificial lamb, and they just got duped and they got played. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. But I think generally speaking, it puts that to rest. I think this was a combination of just conditions being in the West and Israel's favor. I just think that's what happened. They just simply they had better luck, and they planned better, and they got their way. That's what it is. In a war, it's not about how you did it. I mean, obviously, from a legal point of view, of course it is. But a victory depends on victory, nothing else. It's you either win the war or you lose the war. And we know the Israelis and the Americans will do whatever it takes. Right? That's the crux of the issue when we're talking about what does Iran do right now, because you're dealing with actors that are not interested in diplomacy, that don't understand diplomacy, that they don't have any interest in talking and use talking as a tool of war. So I mean, you're kind of screwed in that sense, because if what do you do? What do you do in this case? So I mean, you can close the Strait of Hormuz, just to go back to that point. You can strike the American bases. That's also something that the Iranians have said they might do, but you risk angering the Americans even more. And it's kind of funny to say that, because they are the ones who started it. So who are they to be angry in the first place, right? If anyone should be angry, it's probably the Iranians, since they're the victims in this case, right? But you understand my point. This is the problem. You're dealing with an actor that is very violent, very irrational, has a lot of resources, and no one can put him in check. I mean, it's you're between a rock and a hard place. You're between a rock and a hard place. There's no way about it. Now, what we're seeing from the Iranians, where they're hitting these places in Israel, or with all these drones and missiles, I think we're seeing less than what is actually taking place, because you look at Tel Aviv. I mean, Tel Aviv is a fairly large population. It's the so-called capital, economic capital, and the hub. So obviously more people are around to film what's going on. But I think the other remote sites that you have in the Negev desert, Ashdod, Haifa, all these places, I think what the Israelis are doing is maybe they're cutting off communications to stop people posting videos, or simply enforcing this order through different means. I don't know. And also there's just less people around than in Tel Aviv to film what's going on. And the thing with Tel Aviv is that the Houthis, Yemen, they struck it before multiple times, but up until now it hasn't faced any kind of any kind of attack anywhere near this amount or intensity. So it is still significant, right? It is unprecedented. Up until a few hours ago, if you asked me, or I mean, if I were live a bit earlier, it didn't look much different from True Promise 1 and True Promise 2. Obviously, we see now that it is much more different. But is it enough? That is really the question that we're asking fundamentally. Is it enough? Now, they're saying that they've shot down a spy drone in northwestern Iran, and we're seeing, there's going to be more intense strikes on Iran now from the Israelis, as I told you. It's this is we've never seen this before, man. I honestly didn't think we were going to see this war. I thought the Israelis would calm down, if we can even use that verb. Calm down after the genocide. How can you calm down after a genocide? You're having a quick one and then you calm down. My point is just that their bloodthirst or bloodlust, whatever, will be quenched, right? Like any military power that is hell bent on getting something done. But apparently, no, they're really seizing the moment, and yeah, I guess it makes sense from a military point of view, from a strategic point of view. It does. It does. They're never going to get another occasion like this. I mean, Jesus, how many people do you know in history that have committed genocide on, like, you know, live stream genocide and gotten away with it? Obviously, you feel like, you know, you're on crack at that point. You can do anything. Apparently they can. Apparently they can. And getting rid of Syria as well, that's not a question of public opinion and genocide and so on and legality. It's just like, you know, that's a long-term strategic project. And they also did that. They got both of those things done at the same time. It is, I guess, logical, right, that they would go after Iran. But honestly, this is not, it's not like, oh, well, two sides are warring. This really risks becoming a much bigger issue, becoming a nuclear war. You know, when Israel were bombing Syria a few years ago, they struck Damascus, and then you had these surface-to-air missiles that were fired at the Israeli jets, and one of them was an errant missile, and it kept following the Israeli jet, and it almost landed near Dimona, which is the Israelis' main nuclear reactor. So I think it landed like 30 kilometers, you know, yeah, about 30 kilometers away, which seems like a lot, obviously, but for a missile, that's, well, no, it shouldn't have actually gone all that way in the first place, right? And yet it did. And my point here is it could have caused a massive goddamn war or you know, radiation and fallout that would have impacted the whole region. And, you know, it's just anything is possible is my point. And when the Israelis are going around and purposely, on purpose, like as a matter of policy, bombing several nuclear sites, it's a miracle, honestly, that there hasn't been any fallout. It really is. It's honestly a miracle. I'm surprised. And even then, I guarantee you that if there is any kind of radiation fallout, they will blame the uranium for being anti-Semitic. Oh man, they will call the uranium particles terrorists. You know, like, oh my god, the atoms of the mullahs. You know, come up with some fucking catchphrase in a CIA lab or something. Oh my god, you can just see it, right? You can just see it. You know it. Oh. Here, let me play this video of Macron. And just like weep or laugh, honestly, whatever you want to do.
Française, elle est assez simple. Nous sommes pour la paix, la sécurité et la stabilité pour tous dans la région. Nous ne voulons pas d'un Proche et Moyen-Orient avec un Iran qui soit doté de l'arme nucléaire. Nous ne voulons pas d'un Proche et Moyen-Orient où Gaza soit durablement occupé, des civils maltraités, et nous croyons que la solution et la stabilité, c'est un Israël vivant en paix à côté d'un État palestinien, vivant en paix et en sécurité, et ayant reconnu l'existence et les droits d'Israël à se défendre dans la région. C'est ça ce que nous poursuivons. Et je crois que c'est honnêtement une perspective honnête, cohérente, et j'espère réaliste. La position française.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, why do they always talk about Israel's right to security and not the Palestinians' right to security? I mean, don't those things go hand in hand, right? Like, if you really want peace between two sides, why would you want only one side to have peace and security? I mean, that's basically, you're saying you want dominion of that side over the other. That's what you're arguing for, you know, and the right to defend itself. So you're basically saying we want both of them to accept each other, and especially for one to accept having the crap beaten out of them by the more powerful one. That's what we want. We want the Palestinians to accept being dominated by Israel whenever Israel feels like, I don't know, pummeling them, starving them, or doing whatever it calls quote-unquote security. That's really what you're saying. It's not, and it's always the same framing. It's always the same framing from regardless what language, frankly. It's, you know, from the West, they always say it in this exact same way. We want a two-state solution, you know, with Israelis living in peace and security, but they never say it about Palestinians. Why is that? Why is that, I wonder? Why is that? Oh, I just answered it, but anyway, I'm saying it again. It's rhetorical. So, yeah, I'm... Okay, I mean, this footage is just ridiculous, honestly. It's sometimes you see footage coming out that's just obviously so fake, but yeah. I'm still waiting to find out about that F-35, and I need a bloody break because I've been live now. What is it, 3.5 hours? I need to like just go quickly, get some water, and come back. And I'm not sure what to play in the meantime. I used to have the alphabet soup somewhere. Like I didn't have time to put together a thumbnail. I was just like, screw it, we're just gonna go live. Like whatever, man. I'm not even I don't do thumbnails. You know, like I'm not even doing titles. We just live, and you have to find out what it is. It's like a Kinder surprise, you know. 7-hour live stream. What could it be about? Let's just find out. It's click play. Yeah, here's from. I'll just read you this from the IAEA, and then maybe one of you could be so kind as to find me something entertaining to play while I'm going to the bathroom because I'm busy reporting. So anyway, this is from the IAEA, and they're saying about the Isfahan nuclear facility. So again, Isfahan is a major city in Iran. Didn't have the chance to visit, unfortunately. They have lovely architecture. But anyway, Isfahan nuclear facilities were targeted several times on June 13th. No increase in offsite radiation levels have been reported as of now. The IAEA remains in close contact with Iran. Again, that's a bloody miracle as far as I'm concerned. But you can see they've targeted a bunch of them. So Natanz at Isfahan, and I need to see what else they've targeted. It's really difficult to keep track. Remember, we're talking about hundreds of different targets here. You know, in terms of people and locations, it's massive. It's really unprecedented. Fordo is another very important one. Yeah, so they've struck Natanz, as I was saying, and there's also, let me see, oh, okay. So they did strike Fordo, did they? That's near Qom. Well, not near. It's 100 kilometers. But yeah, it seems they did strike it as well. Yeah. Wow. You know what they would do before the Israelis is they would go and, for example, they would bomb, sabotage the power supply, the electricity going to one of the facilities to get the centrifuges to shut down or be damaged. And then, of course, another technique they used is Stuxnet virus to get the logical controllers that get the centrifuges to spin when they're enriching the uranium gas to spin at 3 times the limit without notifying the controllers, and then break. So they bend into a banana shape on the inside and then crack. I mean, the recklessness of this is fucking mind-boggling. Pardon my French. It's really mind-boggling because, like, the disregard for human life is just so Israeli. It's like there is nothing more Israeli. Playing with nuclear. Playing with centrifuges, maybe getting a radiation leak, of course, why not? Dropping white phosphorus, of course. Blowing up a pager in a child's face, of course. So Israeli, it's just like, why not? Yeah, anyway, let me see what else we can get here. So this is from ABC News, and they've put a bunch of, I wish they would be more clear about what they're saying, because they put together this article, for example, where they say what to know about Iran's nuclear sites, and then none of these people make it clear that they simply don't have a nuclear weapons program. I wish they would just say that in one sentence instead of trying to, lead people on. Of course, I mean, they wouldn't really have a job, mainstream media, if they weren't lying to you, would they? Because that's their whole purpose. So anyway, yeah, they definitely attacked Natanz, and that was the most important one. That's not the first time they attack it, but they're saying it's permanent. Who knows, really? we don't know the extent of the damage. Again, don't expect either side to give us the real story or the full story. So here you can see also there's this story about the Mossad. So they're claiming, the Israelis are claiming, that the way they struck a lot of these Iranian leaders is they tricked them into coming. This is, we don't know if it's true, but they're claiming they tricked them into having a meeting together and then, basically keeping them busy long enough until they were able to kill them. Now, I have to give you a disclaimer here, because the Israelis are always, trying to blow smoke up their own ass and tell you how wonderful and sophisticated they are when they murder people. They've perfected the art of killing. So they do this all the time. When they killed Fakhrizadeh, you had a story in the New York Times then about how they smuggled in some kind of drone gun into some remote controlled gun into Tehran bit by bit and then assembled it. They are so smart and so genius and so this and that, right? And so you have to remember that there's a bit of BS going on when they talk about anything that they've done. Right, they want to give off this aura, this allure that they are some kind of master race, right? Sounds familiar? The chosen ones that are just so smart and they're capable of anything. And what it is really is psychological warfare. They're just trying to make people afraid and get them to believe that they're in an inferior position and a losing position, and there's no point in even trying to resist. And that's really what it's about. A lot of spy agencies do that, and people. I mean, depends. Like I think UK would not do that. Like UK spy agencies are more like, we want to stab you in the back and then run away. they actually prefer to have another spy agency take credit for it. That's the British way of doing it. But the Israelis, no, they want to like stab you in the front and then like smile and then take photos and be like, yeah, I did it. It was done like this. That's really the Israeli way. Anyway, here's more footage coming out. This is impact of a ballistic missile near Tel Aviv. Hold on, I'll just rewind it. Goodness, I mean that is really, really terrifying, man. Another thing is about Dimona, right? Like, why haven't the Iranians? Well, again, I think we come back to the aspect of one side is a bit loony and the other one isn't. So I've answered my own question, but some people are wondering, well, if Israel is going to bomb Iran's nuclear sites, then Iran could do the same, right? Yes, they could, I suppose. But again, you have this aspect of being loony and releasing radiation into the atmosphere. Not really what you want if you have any sense of self-preservation and respect for human life. So I don't know if that's really an option. It's certainly like a, okay, I'm taking you down with me kind of option. Yeah. But, I guess one thing the Iranians could do, and if we're kind of analyzing this, is they could just accept the blows. They could take and absorb the blows and then go and build the bomb in secret, right? And then have that deterrent so that it doesn't get any worse. And why would they want to do that? Well, I guess if you want to avoid all-out war. The problem is that with this scenario, you're assuming that you're going to be able to actually do that and you're going to have time to do that. And honestly, for all we know, the clock might have already run out. This actually might be the end for the Iranians, and like we saw with Syria, all of a sudden, out of the blue, it's gone, and that it might be the same thing right now. It might be, I don't know. So we go back to mutually assured destruction and deterrence and all this stuff. They probably should have done this a long time ago, especially if, honestly, like, they really don't want to use it and they have the fatwa. I mean, I don't see how the fatwa forbids building it, right? Because the whole point of the deterrent is not to use it. So you wouldn't really be violating the fatwa, would you? I don't know the exact text of it, so don't quote me on that. But just I understand the logic of from a religious point of view of not using the nuclear weapon because it causes mass loss of life. Fine, of course, don't use it. But having it as a deterrent, is that also bad? I don't know, honestly. And again, how do you square that with when you're dealing with such an irrational actor? It's really a difficult political and moral dilemma. Extraordinarily difficult. But I think we can agree on this. Look, I think the Iranians at least went and tried diplomacy. They did the JCPOA. They followed the deal. They didn't enrich uranium past 3%. They accepted all the conditions that were imposed on them, and at least they did that so no one can go and say, oh well, you're uncooperative and you don't want peace. And no, they did more than anyone, and they even after that they tried their best to keep it in place. So honestly, what they've done is they've shown that they're good faith actors, right? Without question. Like they've gone and actually done that. So if they build the bomb, how can you blame them? The Iranians literally tried to do this without a bomb. They've tried everything. They accepted the sanctions. They kept their head down, and then they did the deal despite all the odds against them and all the international pressure. So if they actually go and build one now, you can hardly blame them. If the diplomacy has been exhausted, it's not Iran's fault. And honestly, as long as Israel has a bomb, I think anyone in the region or in the world for that matter has the right to feel unsafe and would probably feel unsafe. I mean, again, look at what they've done with conventional weapons. So, the fact Saudi Arabia, like I was saying earlier, feels more threatened by Iran having a bomb, nuclear bomb that is, than Israel is really saying something about what they stand for, or where they stand rather. So, in any case, whatever happens next, whatever it comes to, whether the Iranians actually go and build a bomb or they don't, I can tell you because I've reported on this issue for so many years. I know it backwards. They really did try to maintain diplomacy. And you see what's happening with Gaza, with how they keep trying to, the Israelis and Americans keep playing games with the ceasefire, changing the text, rejecting the proposal, then saying, oh yeah, we accepted it, and then they don't. And then, the UN Security Council mandates it and they don't. They did the same thing with the JCPOA. You should understand that, okay? They played the same games with the JCPOA, making last minute changes and then playing games with the text and having a million drafts. This is exactly what they did. So that's another thing you should keep in mind. And, they were this close to signing it. And then the Ukraine war started. Signing it again, like when they renegotiated it. They could have still signed it afterwards. I mean, it didn't stop the Russians and the Americans from exchanging prisoners, for example. There's still diplomacy going on. But, it's not about the nukes, right? At the end of the day, it's only about the nukes if we're talking about deterrence and we're talking about Iran surviving as a country, I suppose. Now, the only non-nuclear deterrent that they have, I think, is cutting off the Strait of Hormuz, cutting off the traffic. But again, you have to consider that probably the rest of the planet is going to be very angry because it's going to the whole world economy is going to impact it. All of the oil, most of the oil comes through that shipping lane or past that shipping lane. It's going to impact everyone negatively. Now, if that's what it takes to get the Israelis to stop annihilating Iran, I don't know if that would even work. I really don't know. But, I can imagine, my point here is I can imagine the media, making a whole fuss about it. Oh my God, look how evil they are. They want us to starve. They don't want us to fill up our cars, our gas tanks and they want us to suffer during spring break, and you're gonna have like all of these stupid like tropes and narratives coming out as usual, like, oh my God, look how selfish they are, they're just trying to maintain their existence, how dare they, so, but which is funny because when it comes to Israel can get away with murder, right, if it's in their interest. They can defend themselves at whatever cost, but dare the Iranians do that, or the Palestinians? So, well, whatever. It's to be expected, right? We know that they're going to do this. It's just kind of funny to imagine all these things that would come out about Iran cutting the thing, because you saw with Yemen what they did, right? They tried to make it out to be that Yemen was cutting off the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, just because they want to threaten world shipping and all this stuff, and they forgot to tell you that Yemen only started targeting American and British ships after the United States and the UK bombed Yemen. So they leave that crucial bit of information out about who started the shit. So, you know, they will obviously do the same with Iran. Now, honestly, when it comes to Iran's allies, we haven't talked about that, about China and the Houthis and all this stuff. And I'm going to come back to that in a second, but I need a goddamn break because I've been speaking nonstop for 3 hours. So, you know, I'm trying to find something to play just so I can get away quickly. Honestly, I'm just flicking through the news as well, but yeah, I'm still trying to get something out for you. Here, you know what? I think I know what I'll play. I'll go and play, what is it? Yeah, okay, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back, and I'm just going to play this in the meantime until I'm back. This is from the interview I did with one of the sailors on board the USS Liberty. You remember that US Navy ship that the Israelis attacked in the 67 war, which they never talk about, right? So I know so I released that yesterday. My name is Richard Medhurst. Not all of you saw that interview, but I'm just going to play a bit of it while I'm getting some water, and I'll be right back, and then we'll keep talking about Iran and Israel and you know, especially their allies. What are they going to do? What's going to happen? I'll just keep this on. We'll be right back, and we'll continue. Don't go anywhere.
Egypt and bring us into World War III. That's what it was all about. But by the grace of God, we didn't sink. And we're here now telling the truth as we have been for years and years and years, when we're treated like garbage from our own government, then and now. So this has been a heavy lift, but we're not giving up.
I read the logs of the attack several times, and what strikes me as being particularly vindictive is the fact that the Israelis knew you were there. They flew over the ship several times doing reconnaissance. Just to start with, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, it is, Richard.
So they did flybys. They knew you were there, and they saw the markings on the ship. And then when they attacked you, if I recall correctly, they had 30mm cannons. They were using these French jets. They strafed at you with napalm as well, with rockets. Then they tried to torpedo you, and if I'm not mistaken, they even attacked the lifeboats, which is a war crime, even if you were an Egyptian ship, supposedly.
That's exactly right. In fact, when we saw the torpedo boats coming, we saw the Star of David, wow, here's our best buddies in the whole wide world. They're coming to help us, because we thought the Arabs were doing it. We had no idea. Unmarked jet aircraft, and we finally see the torpedo boats, and thank God they were there. No, they were there to murder the rest of us. They machine gunned our life rafts. Now this attack went on for 2 hours. We were denied help from our government. They recalled rescue aircraft to come help us when they knew we were under attack by the Zionist state. They left us out there to die. We didn't see any help for 17 hours.
I recall that you saw a Soviet ship on your way back, which offered to help even. So when you were telling me that the Soviets even offered to help, but the Israelis and your own government didn't, I mean, it's just shocking, isn't it?
Everything about this is shocking. I mean, how low can your government go? How corrupt do you have to be? How corrupt are you to allow this to happen, to have a foreign country sink 294 people to the bottom of the ocean and call it a mistaken identity when it was cold-blooded murder set up by our own government to sink, and blame it on the Arab states? That's exactly what happened. And that's why I'm here right now telling the truth. And I've been doing it for years. So has my shipmates. We'll continue to do it till we're dead.
And we appreciate it very much. And I've seen some of the vitriol and the discourse that's been lobbed at you by Zionist interests. It's quite vindictive. It almost feels as if there's no remorse whatsoever about it, because even if it really were, even if we supposedly accept that it was friendly fire, there's no need to be so vindictive about it, is there?
No, the savageness of and the viciousness of it was completely unreal. I mean, come on, you're shooting at helpless men on deck. You're shooting at firefighters and stretcher bearers trying to put out fires and get everybody off deck, and you machine gun them at close range. Yeah, that's a hard one to take when your own government tells you if you don't shut up, you'll be fined, imprisoned, or worse. You know what worse means? That's what an admiral told me.
An admiral personally threatened you like that?
Admiral Isaac Kidd. And his JAG officer was there too, Ward Boston. And he recanted his story that he was ordered by Johnson and McNamara to make it seem like a mistaken identity when the evidence was contrary, but they followed out those orders and said it was mistaken identity when it was a pre-planned murderous attack on a very small armed ship, a spy ship in international waters.
Exactly. I wanted to make that point much earlier on, that you were in international waters the entire time.
Yes. All of what you said is correct. You know, they knew exactly who we were and what we were there for, and we didn't know what we were there for. We set up our own government. That's what really breaks the heart of. It should break the heart of all Americans. When Israel attacked us, they attacked all of America. It attacked the whole world. In fact, it was a Geneva Convention. I think it was Article 5. If you attack one, you attack all. Yeah,
I find it very troubling that most Americans don't know about this. They just don't know about it. Just like in Britain, most people don't know about that the worst terrorist attack against British subjects was carried out by Israelis in Jerusalem. So are you hopeful that more and more people are finding out about this? Or do you feel that they're still being misled by the media, by Hollywood, by the news, by the education system? Because if they wanted more people to be educated about it, I'm sure they would have made the effort to do so. But I feel that it's neglected on purpose, to put it mildly.
Well, who owns all the newspapers? Who owns all of our congressmen? I guess that's pretty simple to figure out. We're just here trying to get the truth out so America knows and the world knows what they.
All right, we're back. I can read also some of your messages now, so thanks for your patience, and give me a sec. I'm just getting them to load, and I appreciate your support. Thank you guys. It's humbling, and it's good seeing some of you as well in everywhere, I guess. Thank you, Irene, for the donation on PayPal, and thank you as well to Devin. Very grateful. We've got another one here as well from Marissa. It's good to see you, Marissa. And there's another donation here as well from Michael. Thank you, Michael. Got a couple here. I don't know if you guys had any questions or comments, because the format looks a bit different. I don't know if they're missing or something, but I'm still going to shout you guys out. Thank you, Linda, as well. Thank you to Nuno. And we have some as well here from Darren. And I see. Okay, the messages are small. That's why I was missing them. They are there, actually. Okay, so this is from... Thank you, Darren. I appreciate that very, very much. It says... British-born Jamaican, been fighting English racism for 40 years now. It never stops. My point, you and others like you are truly the new freedom fighters for the next 40 years, my friend. Keep fighting peace. Thank you. I think, Marissa said, good to see you back in action. Wishing you well. Thank you, Marissa. And we have one from... So Devin was saying, good to have you back, my man. What a way to end my post-grad week. Yes, well, I hope it's definitely a success in any case. We've got another one here from Irene who says, thanks for all you do, and take care. Thank you, Irene. And we have another one over here from... this one is from... Robin. Thank you, Robin. And we have another one as well here from Robin. Didn't send a message, but appreciate it. And we've got one from a Greek name that I can't read. Forgive me, because I can't make out the letters. But this one says, Richard, keep up the good journalism. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And thank you to all of you also sign up on Patreon. We've got one here from Anonymous, and also from Jennifer and from Julian. Thank you all of you for helping me out with the show and with supporting independent journalism. So I'm trying to give you all the updates as much as I can. There's this video that's just come out now from I saw it when I was inside. This is from one of the mayors showing the destruction that's taken place. This is outside of Tel Aviv. This is in Rishon LeZion. I showed you some footage earlier.
תושבים יקרים, זה בוקר קשה מאוד מאוד מאוד. העיר ראשון לציון, כל מבצע צבאי, הכל היא חלק, ראיתי כבר הכל. כזה, תושבים יקרים, זה בוקר קשה מאוד מאוד מאוד.
I mean, you again, you're looking at that footage. Obviously, there's some kind of resemblance to Gaza and so on. And I know there's lots of people going, oh yeah, well, how do you like it now? The shoe's on the other foot and so on. Yeah, I look, I'm not gonna gloat because there's nothing nice about war. But my point is to tell you, right, as a reporter, that is the majority of public sentiment. People are looking at this, which is, again, it's a fraction compared to what Israel has done to other countries, and they're going, well, serves you right, or how do you like it now? Again, I guess this is the thing when you have a conscience, is you have mixed feelings about that, because there's nothing nice about war, honestly, and anyone who tells you there hasn't been to a war zone. There's really nothing nice about it. But that is, I'm just telling you, right, that is the majority of public sentiment at the moment. When people see videos like this, they're like, well, you did that to Gaza for a year and a half. You did that to Syria. You did that to Yemen. You did that to Iraq. Netanyahu went to the U.S. Congress and argued for war, right, which killed 1 million people. So what are you complaining about? That's what most people are saying, because these things about, oh well, we stand with Israel and so on. These statements that you have, they're coming from politicians like Ursula von der Leyen, trying not to cuss, and from U.S. senators and so on. But yeah, I mean, they're politicians, right? They're beholden to Israel. They don't really have a conscience. I'm showing you both, right? Like that's the whole thing with my journalism. I show you both sides, what both sides are saying. I'm not afraid to, and on the contrary, I think it's the only way you can get an informed account of what's going on. So that's why I always show you what Netanyahu is saying, what the other side is saying, what an Israeli mayor is saying, what the politicians in the UK, in the EU, in the US are saying, what they're saying in Iran. How could you not? I mean, this is, maybe that's the way they do it on mainstream media. It's not the way I do it. So in any case, and I'm also going to tell you what public sentiment is saying, of course, as I just did. Now, we've got yeah, so this is from the IDF. This is some combat footage that was just published by the Israeli Air Force, and they're basically showing through the infrared cam how they're blowing up 7 Iranian ballistic missile launchers, yeah, so these are a multitude of different missile launchers. Some of them are for the Qasem series, the Fatah series, so that includes 110, 113, and Qasem, and then there's also the 313, and then I think also Qiyam, but I don't know, this is, I'm trying to translate it from Hebrew, and half of it is missing. So anyway, I'll just play the video. The point is just that they're trying to make the case, or the point that they're taking out some of Iran's most strategic missile launchers, including the mobile ones. Right, so I don't know if you caught that in the beginning, but it's a truck, basically, right? So just so you understand what they're targeting, because sometimes with this infrared footage, you can't even tell what's going on. Yeah, so yeah, you can see also this mobile launcher, they've got the missile at an angle, it's ready to go, and then they've taken it out. Yeah. So I'm seeing I just got some more notifications from you guys. I'm gonna read them to you. So thank you to Hussein for the donation, and we've also got another one over here. This is from Music. Thank you, Music, and another one from Mark, who says appreciation for the authenticity and analysis. Thank you, Mark. So. Well, I can tell you that even the police appreciate the show and they're watching too. Like literally, I'm not joking. They're actually watching, like trying to see if they can catch me off guard, you know, saying something a little naughty, and then put my ass in jail. But yeah, anyway, it's so crazy, man. Honestly, it's wild. Here is like they actually have someone going through my tweets, you know, every day, for example, and you know, investigating. Okay, investigate, like, you know, apparently I'm more important than, you know, all these Israelis who go off to commit genocide and come back like they're on jihad tourism. You know, it's funny how the media don't find it convenient to comment on the similarity between those two things, with ISIS fighters going off and coming back and Israelis going off and coming back, you know, but apparently journalists are terrorists. Okay, so yeah, you can see here these are more of you know, of more footage from Jordan, right, with Arab countries, so-called Arab countries. I don't know if we can even qualify them as such anymore. Obviously, the people there are Arabs, yes, but the leadership is anti-Arab, if anything, really. Here's Merendi saying, Professor Merendi saying, Netanyahu's foot soldier Abdullah II, so basically the king of Jordan, opened Jordanian airspace to Israeli regime helicopters to shoot down Iranian drones. That's what I was telling you earlier, but this is a fresh clip. So yeah. See, that's a helicopter. That's the Iranian drone right there. Yeah, so that drone, that wing span and shape, the delta, very specific to the Shahed 136. So yeah, I had the opportunity to visit the aerospace museum in Tehran and see these things up front, and it's incredible because they also had some American stuff that they had you know, shot down, and then Obama asked for one of the drones back. The letter was also displayed there on public. I mean, look, I really like to see peace between the Americans and Iranians and all this. Of course, you know, why not? But it's just the Americans are so cheeky sometimes. It's like this, for example. They just like come and spy on you, and then you catch them and they're like, can we please have the equipment back? Like, what the fuck? It's kind of comical. It really is. It's like, you know, hyperbole on an absurd level. Yeah, anyway. So we're seeing right now the Israelis striking oil refineries. Now this is getting very spicy, mate. This is getting very, very, very spicy because you know the Israelis have got their own chemical storage plants and you know, oil and fuel depots that could become potential targets now if they start striking Iran. But remember, Iran has a much bigger stake in oil production and oil sales than Israel does. I mean, it's not even comparable, right? Now, Iran is sanctioned, so it's difficult to sell the oil, but they get around. I mean, with China, they were still able to barter and make a deal, you know, for infrastructure in exchange for oil, right? So it's not like it's just worthless all of a sudden. On the contrary, they got like 10 million barrels in stock that they're going to be able to sell at one point or another for something, and make a lot of money off of. So it's not this is not a joke to go strike this stuff, because my point is it might lead to an even bigger escalation if killing scientists wasn't already bad enough. But anyway, these are videos that come out of Tabriz. So that's in the Azerbaijan province in Iran. That's where the president was killed, or rather he died last year. I still honestly don't know which is the case, but in the helicopter crash, it was in the Azerbaijan province. I was there during that time in Iran, right? Just insane. But yeah, anyway, let me show you the footage. This is from the Israelis striking the oil refineries. Here's another video as well. Yeah, so again, it's very, very, very. It's honestly crazy how fast this thing is blowing up, and no pun intended. I mean, escalating, right? Yeah, it really is. It really is. Goodness. Like I was saying before, if the Iranians go and build the bomb, and you didn't complain about Israel having a nuclear bomb after their behavior, and you didn't acknowledge that the Iranians exhausted diplomacy. I mean, they really tried their best. They were really patient. They got insulted, and they still persisted. They really that's really like diplomatic by definition, that despite all of the egregious circumstances, they still tried to find an accord. That's literally, the essence of diplomacy. How can you blame them for building the bomb? You can't. You simply cannot. They literally tried everything to avoid that kind of scenario. And again, some might even call it naive. So I'm not calling it naive, but some might even say it is, because they might have built it and then avoided this. But my point is, you can't really blame them when they did everything that was required and asked of them by the IAEA, by the UN, by the Americans. And then the Americans go back on their own word and start. I mean, this is beyond unreasonable. It's really beyond unreasonable. I wouldn't be surprised if the Iranians go back to negotiating right now after all this, and that I think would be a bit, really a bridge too far. I think that would honestly be a bit too, no, you not that I'm saying diplomacy is bad or something, and that you should just prefer war now. No, but I think it's a bit too fresh because they were supposed to have talks tomorrow. Yeah, on Sunday. And you have still people asking, are they going to go? I don't know. I don't think that would actually yield anything except another slap. You see, this is what I was talking about earlier with this moral predicament. Like, what do you do when you're faced with this kind of actor where, it's like, you're really between a rock and a hard place. Anyway, I'll play this clip. This is from an Iranian general. And he's talking about the current situation and what footage we're seeing coming out of Israel.
Several targets.
Okay, I think there's a bit of a... We're going to have a voiceover here from a little AI.
Our planners and loved ones in the IRGC and the Air Force had considered. One center, which was a very important center, was the Nevatim Air Base, which is an important air center, and another center, the Avada Center, which is also an important center. There are other air centers in these centers, the F-35N.
There are other centers in these centers, you don't say, oh boy. Anyway, I just on that note with the Nevatim Air Base, they struck that last time, quote unquote, during True Promise. I think it was True Promise 2, if I'm not mistaken. And the Israelis tried to cover that up because of how embarrassing it is. But another important area that they've struck today. The Iranians hit the headquarters of the 8200 division. So that's everything relating or pertaining to cybersecurity or other cyber warfare. Excuse me. I'm thinking of my book. They're not interested in security. It's quite the opposite. They're interested in cyber insecurity for everyone. But yeah.
Batum Air Base, which is also an important center. There are other air centers in these centers, the F-35 in.
I'm sorry, I have to laugh at that sentence. It's just so funny.
F-16 aircraft, in addition to heavy fuel tankers. And the command and control center, as well as the signaling. And electronic warfare center were stationed in these bases. So, these were very important bases. And were points that were also the starting points for attacks against our beloved country. And Tel Aviv, which is another important air center, which...
Okay, I think it's safe to say, and I apologize, I didn't know the AI translation would be so bad. It's not me who made it. But, I'd much rather just hear the native language and then read the subtitles, or, have an interpreter at least. But this is a bit, how should we put it? Dry. Anyway, let me show you some more footage that I had picked up just a second ago for you. There was a speech given by Khamenei, by Iran's leader, and I put that aside for you. Where is it again? Yeah, here we go. So let me play that to you. And don't worry, this one is just subtitles. You can hear the native Farsi in its original form. So.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. عرض سلام دارم به ملت عزیز و بزرگ کشورمون. شهادت سرداران و دانشمندان عزیز که البته برای همه سنگین است و تعدادی از مردم غیر نظامی رو به ملت ایران، به خانواده های اونها تبریک و تسلیت عرض میکنم. امیدواریم انشاءالله خدای متعال درجات اونها رو عالی کنه و ارواح طیبشون رو مشمول لطف ویژه خودش قرار بده. و اما مطلبی که مایل بودم با ملت عزیزمون در میان بذارم اینه که رژیم صهیونیستی اشتباه بزرگی کرد، خطای بزرگی کرد، غلطی کرد و عواقب او رو بیچاره خواهد کرد به توفیق الهی. ملت ایران از خون شهدای گرانقدر نخواهد گذشت، از تجاوز با آسمان کشورش صرف نظر نخواهد کرد. نیروهای مسلح ما آماده هستند و مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلحند. امروز از همه جناح‌های گوناگون سیاسی کشور و آحاد گوناگون کشور پیام‌های مشابهی صادر شد. همه احساس می‌کنن که باید در مقابل هویت خبیث رذل تروریست صهیونیستی با قدرت عمل کرد. باید با قدرت عمل کرد و انشاءالله با قدرت عمل خواهد شد و با اونها مماشاتی نخواهیم کرد. زندگی برای اونها تلخ خواهد شد بدون تردید. فکر نکنند که زدند و تمام شد. نه، کار رو اونها شروع کردند و جنگ به راه انداختند. ما به اونها اجازه نخواهیم داد که از این جنایت بزرگی که انجام دادن خودشون رو سالم خلاص کنن. مسلم نیروی مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ضربه های سنگینی بر این دشمن خبیث وارد خواهد آورد. ملت هم پشتیبان ماست، پشتیبان نیروهای مسلح و جمهوری اسلامی به اذن الهی بر رژیم صهیونیستی فائق خواهد شد. ملت عزیز این رو بدونن و مطمئن باشن و خاطر جمع باشن که در این زمینه هیچ کوتاهی صورت نخواهد گرفت.
So, many people are wondering, well, are they serious about those words? Because look, I think let me try and explain this dynamic to you, because this is a sentiment that's not true, you know, of parts of society in Iran only, but also, you know, among many parts of the Arab and Muslim world. You got people who, you know, are anti-Zionist or, you know, pro-Iran or whatever, or pro-Palestinian, basically who are saying, well, you didn't do enough last time and you said you were going to do something. You said True Promise 3 is coming, and every time the Israelis committed some kind of aggression, you said you were going to, you know, give them an ass whooping, and you didn't. And so, you know, they're not content with the response, and they're thinking that it's going to be the same. And then you have another, again, I'm not saying, by the way, that any of these opinions are necessarily a majority. I'm just trying to explain to you, like, what kind of opinions are out there right now, and kind of discussions that are ongoing. And then, of course, you've got people that that are saying that basically, you know, there is no choice but to build the bomb. There is no other choice but to go and build a nuclear bomb. And, you know, I wouldn't qualify these necessarily as defeatist attitudes, but sort of like, well, you know, that kind of the lack of action or indecisiveness is what brought this upon Iran. And of course, you know, the other things that the Israelis did, they were allowed to get away with them because no one held them to account. You know, if international law is not going to do it, well, then Iran should have done it, but Iran didn't do it. And so this is too soft. This is what some people are saying. And you know, you have others basically who I don't think have any kind of pro-Iran sentiment whatsoever, to put it mildly. I'm being very diplomatic, but you know, they're basically making fun of this and saying, well, oh, no, Iran is working with them. They're going to, this is on purpose, you know. And what were the guys doing sleeping in apartments? They're referring, of course, to the generals, to the nuclear scientists and so on. Well, I mean, I don't know if I would go that far, honestly. And you can hardly blame someone for sleeping at home, really. You know, that's kind of the point. But I understand, of course, the, you know, there's some people who obviously are raising like legitimate security concerns, like what the hell, why weren't they given a special military residence or some kind of, you know, villa outside in this area? But I'm talking about this kind of, you know, there's also this kind of hyena pack, right, that are always making fun of anything Iran does and always calling it insufficient and et cetera, et cetera. You know, I mean, it's not even really important kind of paying attention to that crowd, but nevertheless, you know, you should be aware of it. And it's, again, by no means a majority opinion inside or outside Tehran, but you do see it, Iran, sorry. And, you know, I think those people, they you know, they're always kind of just, it's kind of like they're not trying to say that they're pro-Israel or pro-US. They're basically, you know, echoing the same positions, right? It's like, oh, Iran is tyrannical, Iran is incompetent, all this kind of stuff. Now, honestly, I just, we've never been in this situation before, so it's not like you can draw on previous skirmishes or encounters to accurately find out what's going to happen. I again, up until a few hours ago, it did look like it was going to be a similar, small, calibrated, limited response to Israel in the same form that we saw on True Promise 1 and 2. It's not looking that way right now. This is again breaking news. You've got another major volley of. I mean, what volley is this? Number 5, 6? I've lost count. So that should already tell you something. I really have. This is whatever number volley of hypersonic missiles that is, you know, being fired towards the Israelis. Now, hypersonic missiles. I mean, they're traveling at what is it? 5, 6, you know, 1,000 kilometers an hour. And yeah, I saw that the when I was in the Aerospace Museum, I think I showed it to you, but in any case, those take like 10 minutes maybe to get there. But hold on, let me just pull these up on the screen for you, because I want to. My point is more like last time when we were waiting for, during True Promise 1, the first time when we were waiting for the drones to arrive and so on, those are much slower. They can be shot down by helicopters even. And it's not easy by any means. They've been very devastating in Ukraine, for example. But yeah, the hypersonic missiles get there very fast. The Russian ones, for example, I mean, some of them they travel at Mach 10, which is so 10,000 kilometers an hour, 7,600 miles per hour. Who uses the imperial system anymore? Please stop. But the way these things work, okay, when it comes to guidance, or rather the ballistic missiles that are, versus ballistic missiles which are not guided. Ballistic comes from, bal, from bullet. So it's when you fire a bullet from a gun, there's a curvature, gravity pulls it down, and that's sort of what's going on. Whereas hypersonic missiles, I'll show you the trajectory now, how it works. They're being guided, whereas a ballistic missile is not being guided, right? Now, the advantage of one over the other, I don't know if you guys can see this. Yeah, so let me move that to the side. Obviously, the advantage with a guided missile is that, it can potentially circumvent, or try to circumvent, and do evasive maneuvers when it comes to surface-to-air missiles or air defense, right? So if you try to shoot it down, basically it can try and outrun or change its trajectory and adjust all these things. And whereas with a ballistic missile, you're defining the trajectory and the target from the moment you fire it. That's it. You can't change anything. You fire it. You just let it do its thing. You can't change its direction, its speed, or anything. So each one of these has their advantage. Now, my point here is that the Iranians are firing basically a whole combination of these things, and it's just when it comes to hypersonic missiles, there is nothing that can shoot them down. No one has developed a missile defense system or air defense system that can shoot these things down. They're simply too bloody fast. And as far as we know, only the Iranians have them, the Russians have them, and the Yemenis, and I think the Chinese. I think that's about it. It's actually a bit bizarre, right? You would think, given how often they talk about how superior they are, the chosen people, right? Not just the Israelis, but the Americans too. They love to talk about how good their weapons are. Donald Trump, I showed you that statement that he put out earlier saying, "Oh, I told the Iranians we make the most lethal weapons." You would think they would have their own. They don't, apparently. So my point here is that they have the edge for the moment, but the thing is that these things don't grow on trees, and this is looking like it's going to be a very protracted thing. And I'm wondering at what point they're going to run out, because you have to keep in mind that when it comes to Lebanon, they also had very, very advanced armaments, not hypersonic missiles, but still, very, very top shelf stuff. And the Israelis managed to disable a lot of it and hollow out the command structure. So, this is a really, really intense conflict, and there's no telling where it's going to go. I mean, are the Israelis going to be tempted to use nuclear weapons? I don't think anyone has asked that question, and it's not beyond the pale or beneath them to maybe do that, right? Given their nuclear doctrine or lack thereof. Again, Samson option is more like madness than a doctrine. I think they're the only people in the world that have nuclear weapons and a first strike doctrine. So basically like an aggressive posture that they're ready in one scenario to actually be first to use them. All other countries or all other entities in the world, their nuclear doctrine is purely responsive in self-defense. right? Yes, that excluding Hiroshima and Nagasaki, of course, right? If you don't count that the only time that someone actually used them and it wasn't defensive, was it? But you understand my point, is that there is a real risk that the Israelis might actually use these things because they can. And I don't know if the Iranians have factored that in, because honestly, it's like all bets are off. All bets are off when it comes to the Zionists, right? You've seen what they will do. They will kill children. They will kill, they will let babies simply die in incubators. They will starve people in front of the world. They will kill, a diplomat or bomb an embassy. There is nothing that is beneath them. There is nothing that's beneath them. They are capable and they have the means to actually use nuclear weapons. So I really think we need to ask ourselves, is that a possibility when, they might feel that, well, we don't have hypersonic missiles and the Iranians keep firing them at us. Let's just use nukes, right? Not because it's a defensive thing, but more like just, well, screw it, I really think that that's a scenario no one has contemplated, but we really should start contemplating it, because it's actually reached that level of seriousness. And what can you do? I mean, imagine the Israelis really do fire these nukes, even if it's one. What can you do? Do you really think that India and Pakistan and Russia and everyone is going to want to jump into a nuclear war? And I don't know. I think honestly that if the Israelis fired nukes at Iran, even if, let's say it's a few, right? Like as if one is okay. I'm saying in a limited manner, whatever that means. I think the rest of the world is going to let that slide. And I say that with a heavy heart, because honestly, we should, not because I want the whole world to jump into a nuclear war. No, obviously not. But the fact that we saw a genocide happen and no one did anything, my point is just that we might even see nukes being used and no one doing anything either. No effort to disarm Israel or this issue doesn't even come up. Like, we are talking about imaginary weapons in Iran that do not exist. This is the level of absurdity that we reach. We have people who get up, in the morning and put on suits and come into television studios and talk about imaginary weapons that have no basis in reality. And they did this with Iraq, and they did this with Syria, and they did this with Iran, and it's incredible. Like they're on crack. They sit there and look all serious, and they talk about things that do not exist. It's really. I know it's quite cynical. It's not a very positive outlook of humanity, but you can hardly blame me, can you? So anyway, now the Iranians, they've got all these missiles underground. They have a large quantity of them. But do not think that, oh well, that means they've got enough for protracted conflict or something. You have to understand that a lot of the times wars are not won, just with brute force. There's black ops and intelligence and operations that happen, that you never hear of and you will never hear of. And these operations play a very important role. So my point is that you might have the Israelis sabotaging some of the guidance systems, some of the missiles that Iran is relying on. Might have already done it even, or taking them out with some other method. And they don't even need to take out these things once they're launched. They'll do it before. Because this video, for example, where the Iranians are showing off their supplies and their stocks and everything. I mean, okay, it certainly looks impressive, but what happens when or if these things get sabotaged? I mean, where does this go next? I'll just play the video for you. You can see what I'm talking about. It's really difficult to gauge, honestly, what's going on. Really. Who could have predicted Syria would fall, for example? After 2019, I mean, the lines looked pretty much, the battle lines are pretty much fixed and didn't look like it was going anywhere. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, bam. So I'm really ready for anything. And the other week when we saw in Russia that those drones, you know, take out the strategic, or some of their strategic bombers. I know some people try to minimize that by saying, oh, well, you know, it was just a few of their bombers. Jesus Christ. What do you mean just a few? One is a fucking scandal. Sorry. Really, it's an absolute security breach of epic proportions. If you can take out one, you can take out all of them, maybe, right? Like, this is an unacceptable security breach. You're basically playing with the country's nuclear arsenal, literally, you know? I mean, it's just really the delivery method, but still, it's the same thing. You're playing with their nuclear capability. How is this happening, right? So, and if you would have told me that they would fire drones at the Kremlin, I mean, like, we're really, I don't think that people understand how bad this situation that we're in is. Like, we're risking now 2 nuclear wars, and no one seems to bat an eye. It's incredible. It's incredible, really. So what happened to that Israeli F-35? Have they actually been shot down? Don't know. There's no update about it. But I'm going to stay on the lookout for that. And let's just look at what else is... Oh, here we've got David Lammy. Thank God he's come to rescue and save, rescue us and save the day. What would we have done without David Lammy's input? Do you want to hear what he's got to say? Not really. But I'll play it anyway. I'll play it anyway. And I'll clean up these tabs as well because I've got a million things open. But, okay, here's the man.
This is a moment of grave peril in the Middle East, and we are urging restraint and de-escalation.
Yeah, like after Israel gets away with murder. Now we want restraint and de-escalation, but not beforehand, do you think?
We have long understood Israel's need to protect...
Sorry, like literally half the problems on this planet are because of the UK, especially the ones in the Middle East. Literally a direct result of the UK. I mean, this is like... it's kind of like what the Americans doing right now, you know? Oh, we don't want to get dragged into a war. Like, what do you mean? You literally started it.
We have long understood Israel's need to protect its people and security. And we have had concerns for a very long time about Iran's nuclear program and their enrichment. And we have been engaged with Iran alongside France and Germany for many months about dealing with that problem and working with the United States, who are engaged in talks and discussion with Iran at this time. But we are urging diplomacy, restraint, and stepping back from any wider regional conflict. Here in the Crisis Centre, we are advising UK nationals to look at the Foreign Office travel advice.
Fat chance that I believe anything he says. So yeah, look at this. This is from Israel's, or one of Israel's official Twitter accounts, whatever. But just look at the like the way they're trying to play on people's heartstrings. So saying an Israeli police officer pulls a baby from the rubble of the family's destroyed home. This is who Iran targets. I mean, look, this is again where people in public, excuse me, the public, you know, and public sentiment is kind of like, well, you're hypocrites. And I don't think that means I don't think any of those people who are saying that actually wish harm to any baby, regardless of their nationality. I don't think that's the point. I think it's the hypocrisy where we've seen countless babies and children massacred by Israel, and you know, no one batted an eye and kind of just let that happen, and it's still going on, right? They're still massacring children and mothers and even unborn children in Gaza, right? We shouldn't lose sight of that. And you know, I think what people are trying to say, or what the public is trying to say, is that they would appreciate it if Israel would perhaps show the same level of concern for the Palestinian and Iranian and Yemeni and Syrian and Lebanese babies that are on the receiving end of their armaments, right? Which I think is perhaps a reasonable request for, you know, on anyone's behalf. So we've also got reports that the Iranians have struck. I know I'm kind of going back or rather jumping from you know, one topic to the next, but I'm just trying to make sure the coverage is well rounded and give you a wide you know, overview of everything that's happening as it's coming in. So there's reports that the Iranians have struck aircraft hangars that are hosting F-15, F-16, and F-35 jets. And I think, again, that we're seeing, or rather not seeing, the bulk of the targets because there's this censorship order put in place. And you have to remember that the Israelis, they have a military censor, which is, well, as the name implies, it's a military censor. It comes from the UK. It's a UK law that was imposed on Palestinians. And the Israelis have kept that law ever since, with the rest of them called the Emergency Defense Powers. And that was in 1945 to put down an Arab revolt. And these are the same laws that the Israelis used to demolish and bulldoze people's homes, to withhold the bodies of people who've been killed, you know, to arrest people without charges and keep them indefinitely in administrative detention. And one of those things in those laws is the military censor. So, you know, they tell you Israel's a democracy and so on. And again, I completely understand the security concept of not publishing the footage of areas that are struck, so you don't allow the adversary to improve the targeting. No one's talking about that. That makes perfect sense from a security standpoint. But from you know, a political standpoint or a human rights standpoint, when you keep saying Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and you paint your neighbors as being, you know, authoritarians, and there's no press freedom, and then you literally have a permanent power in place for the army to silence journalists because you don't want them to publish a story. I find that incredible. I find that extraordinary, to be honest. Even in the UK, I mean, there is no. You have this D notice, for example, but even that one is kind of optional, even though most of them do follow it. So I suppose that just shows how complacent they are. That's why they haven't reported on my arrest, for example, in the UK, but they did in Austria. And you know, I'm just trying to make you understand that we might not be seeing all of the things that are happening in Israel because the army are stopping people from posting it or arresting them, or maybe even blocking it, you know, on the software level. So, and yeah, just to point out the hypocrisy of them claiming to be a democracy. So they've killed 20 Iranian children last night. The Israelis killed 20 Iranian children. I don't think we have any idea how many people have really been killed in Gaza, like the full death toll. I don't think we're going to have that for a very, very long time until they dig up all the bodies. And even then, who knows? You know, the Israelis, by the way, this is sort of a tangent, but you should know that what they've done in Palestine on numerous occasions, and you'll remember there was that short film about Christians in Palestine, Arab Christians that had their villages, you know, erased by the Israelis. What do they do afterwards? They build parks on top of the sites where they've carried out massacres or ethnic cleansing, because they do that on purpose. So the basically you ecologically erase any forensic evidence and of the crime. You know, you have the plants taking over, the plant life, the bugs and insects, and you just let it do its thing. And over decades, you know, they consume and absorb everything in the soil, and then of course, you know, there are trace amounts, but it's not. There's a difference between leaving a wiped out village as it is and planting a forest or a park over it, so that you know, basically put makeup on it, right? So you should know that that's something they've done, and yeah. So Iran have warned the United States and the United Kingdom and France that their bases and their ships in the region are potential targets if they if basically they try and shoot down any of Iran's drones or missiles on that are targeting Israel. Okay, so just to repeat that, because I was reading it in French and trying to translate. So the Iranians have now formally, right? Because we were talking about this earlier, that they might strike the US bases in the region. But now the Iranians have formally told the French, told the British and the Americans that if they shoot down any of their drones or missiles that are aimed at Israel, that are on their way to Israel, that they will respond in kind against our or their military assets. I mean, I feel a bit uncomfortable saying our, as if we're participating in it. Honestly, I really think most people are if you could get an honest account of public opinion, at least in the UK, I think most people would definitely be against all this crap. But not that what the people want matters. But apparently we're still democracy, and Iran isn't. So we keep hearing. Here I'm seeing this footage. I don't know if this is real. But so I'm not going to play. It looks like AI. I think it's showing destruction in Tel Aviv, but it looks a bit too dramatic. I don't think it's real. So I'm just playing things and showing you reports that I estimate to be accurate. And yeah, there's a lot of AI crap coming out and stuff. Here, this is in Iran. More footage of strikes. You know what? Give me a second to clean up my tabs. I've got far too many open, and they need to be. Okay, so here, this is in the Kangavar region in Iran. You can see the plumes of smoke rising up. So Donald Trump, here, I'll play this for you. Donald Trump. Sorry, I'm getting lost for a second between the. Yeah. So Donald Trump was talking to Reuters about the damage on Iran's nuclear program and nuclear sites. This is from an article in Reuters, so allow me to bring it up for you. Yeah, you should be able to see that now. Okay, so US President Donald Trump told Reuters on Friday, so that's yesterday, it was unclear whether Iran still has a nuclear program following Israeli strikes. But experts say the damage to the country's nuclear facilities so far has appeared limited. Israel's attacks succeeded in killing Iranian military leaders and nuclear scientists, and striking military command and control facilities and air defenses. The satellite imagery did not yet show significant damage to nuclear infrastructure, several experts said. Quote, the first day was aimed at things that you would get through surprise, killing leadership, going after nuclear scientists, air defense systems, the ability to retaliate, said David Albright, nuclear expert at the Institute for Science and International Security. We can't see any visible damage at Fordo or Isfahan. There was damage at Natanz. So yeah, that confirms what I was telling you earlier about, that my guess, I knew they had struck Natanz, and I assumed that Isfahan and Fordo were also struck because those are the other two major ones, and there are still some more that they have, but these are really the biggest ones. So UN nuclear watchdog chief Rafael Grossi told the Security Council on Friday that the above-ground pilot enrichment plant at Natanz had been destroyed, and Iran had reported attacks on Fordo and Isfahan. Yes. Grossi said electricity infrastructure at Natanz was also destroyed. That wouldn't be the first time, by the way. And the loss of power to a cascade hall may have damaged centrifuges there. So a cascade hall, this is where basically a group of centrifuges make up a cascade, okay? And centrifuges are these cylinders that enrich uranium. So you will group them together. It makes it more efficient for a number of reasons. And they take the uranium gas and they enrich it up to a higher percent by spinning on the inside. And the Iranians have a number of these centrifuges, models. So they have IR-1. The more advanced ones are IR-6 and IR-7. And what would happen is, for example, when the Israelis would sabotage a facility, well, the Iranians would go, well, okay, fine, we're just going to replace them with newer ones, and we'll enrich uranium at a faster rate. So this is what I was trying to underscore when I said that the Iranians, if they have the capacity to build a bomb, it's because of Israel and the US, because they keep attacking them. It's like you're shooting yourself in the foot, if that's really your concern. But honestly, if the Iranians wanted a bomb, they would have built one by now, right? But it's kind of ironic, because if anyone made sure that Iran has the capacity to build a bomb, it is the United States and Israel. No one else. Like I can't underscore how stupid it is. But they know that Iran is not after a bomb. It's never been about this. Okay, so yeah, so. Just to talk about Grossi, by the way, about the Director General, because that's also something that I wanted to discuss earlier, and then we got sidetracked by the war. No, but there's been this story coming out in the last few days in an Iranian, I think it was Fars, maybe was it that agency? Anyway, basically these documents saying that the IAEA, especially the Director General, had given or collaborated with the Israelis, basically giving them info on scientists, Iranian nuclear scientists, and so on. Now, I haven't looked at the files because first of all, they looked like they were in Hebrew. I didn't get to see all of them yet, and I think they've only released a small amount of them. But it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think, though, that would have changed much, because they bugged, when I say they, I mean, well, you can guess who. They've bugged the Director General so many times that, basically they could have taken any info they wanted anyway. Obviously, if there's like collusion or something, then that's like, extremely serious. There's political ramifications for that. And it shows that honestly, the IAEA was never interested in mediating anything, and basically been a tool of the US and Iran, and Israel against Iran, and actually many people have always said that basically they have these organizations to police the global South, and then of course when it comes to you can look at the ICJ as well, or the ICC, they're always going after African leaders instead of Tony Blair and George Bush. So it's not a baseless argument to be made. It's not like, why is the IAEA always going after Iran's nuclear program when it doesn't even have a weapons program, but not Israel's? Now, obviously, Israelis will say, well, they never signed the NPT and they don't admit to having it, etc., etc. But you know what I mean. The infrastructure that we currently have in international law and in nuclear monitoring and verification isn't doing anything about Israel's weapons. That's the bottom line. So anyway, I don't know if this is true because I haven't seen the files yet, but it wouldn't surprise me. But at the same time, I don't necessarily, I don't know what the extent of it is, like how how deep this goes. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of spying going on. Basically, that's my point. And this issue is, Iran has been interested in having a deal because they want sanctions relief. It's not because they are interested in, submitting to the West in any capacity. It's always been about sanctions relief. Now, after this scandal, now, if this is true that the IAEA has been like colluding with the, the Americans and Israelis, and after this war, this declaration of war, I have a tough time imagining someone like Zarif, the former foreign minister who negotiated the nuclear deal, or anyone in Iran, being able to sell peace negotiations or diplomacy with the West after this. That looks really difficult, honestly. So my point is that the so-called quote-unquote hardliners, right, like whatever that means, what is a hardliner? What they mean, I think, is like people who don't want, basically people who don't want to be puppets of the West. Okay, but that's a bit unfair to other people in Iran who aren't necessarily quote-unquote hardliners. That doesn't mean they also want to be puppets. But, my point is just that this is not going to be good for anyone who wants to say, oh yeah, let's get back in the JCPOA. Because I mean, like, how can you trust the Americans ever after any of this? I mean, already the first time was wild that you would try to renegotiate the deal that they pulled out of. Like, it's insane because they're the ones who came up with it and then they leave it. But now, after this whole circus, like duping Iran, who in the Iranian public is gonna buy this? I can show you a video, by the way, and I did want to. I have it pulled up. Of a woman in the street in Iran, and you can just see like her reaction to all this. Just listen to what she has to say.
400 سال به در ما رو در بردن. بعد ما این همه مدت منتظریم که حمله کنیم. 1 سال و نیمه بیشتر ما 5 میلیون جمعیت رو کشتن. الان همه اتم بمب میخوایم. چرا بمب اتم ندید؟ تنگه هرمز ما نمیگفتیم که بعد بمب اتم میخوایم. 400.
So obviously I can't tell you whether that's the majority of public sentiment in Iran, but if it were, I don't think any of us would be surprised. I think that's pretty much. I wouldn't be surprised if most Iranians are feeling exactly that way. And like I said, you can see among the political class, the parliamentarians in the Mejlis in Iran, it's become more and more mainstream now. Not entirely, but you're seeing it where more and more Iranian parliamentarians are publicly calling for the fatwa to be reversed by Khamenei and for them to just build the bomb. And like I said, this really started after Fakhrizadeh was assassinated, but it's gotten much more prevalent in the last year. So let me show you this clip from CNN. It's not bad, huh? You learn a couple of things watching this show, don't you? Here, take a look at this.
U.S. intel view that among the targets were Israeli airfields, but also, and this is crucial, the headquarters of Mossad, the International Intelligence Service of Israel, which is inside Tel Aviv. It's in the northern part of Tel Aviv, but it's in the city. It's in a densely populated area. And of course, the concern is if you're firing, even though Iran might consider that a military target, it is in a densely populated city with civilians around it. And that's just one more layer of escalation.
Yeah, I don't know if that clip is from today. I think that is from the previous True Promise. But the point here is that they're basically hinting towards what I was telling you earlier about the fact that the Israelis have all their military infrastructure and command and control placed on top of and inside of residential areas. Bit hypocritical, right? When you murder Arabs by the hundreds every day and claim that they're all being used as human shields so you can escape accountability. Bit hypocritical, to put it mildly. So here's a tweet from Professor Marandi. He says, be prepared, the global oil and gas markets may soon surge dramatically. Well, he's not joking, honestly. I mean, like I was saying, he's referring obviously to the Strait of Hormuz being closed. Another thing I wanted to discuss is Aramco, right? So that's the biggest Saudi oil company. When Yemen was being genocided or facing genocide by the GCC, by the Gulf Cooperation Council, meaning Saudi Arabia, UAE, and so on, there's one particular action that kind of led to the end of that war. And what was that? That was during the Grand Prix, the Formula One. The Yemenis basically fired a bunch of missiles at Aramco's oil field and, you know, embarrass the crap out of the Saudis, because the Saudis are trying to bring, you know, Ronaldo and like all these football stars and you know, they're trying to move sports and promote investment from the West in their country, and having oil fields burning in the background during the Grand Prix doesn't really look that good. So, you know, it's not only because it was embarrassing. Obviously, that the impact on oil prices and so on is bad, because that's the main export. So when they struck oil fields in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE, and that was, I think, the first time that the war had actually come to the UAE's doorstep, because we're talking, you know, over, what is it, 1,000, 2,000 kilometers from, yeah. So I think from the nearest point. So, because it was near Dubai, wasn't it? Yeah. So, yeah. Look, actually, because the Houthis or you know the Yemenis are in the west of the country, it's definitely like you know, if we're talking about Sana'a, yeah, definitely over 1,000 kilometers, 1,500. Yeah. So my point is just that weaponry being used on the oil fields and the oil infrastructure is kind of what led to the end of the war. It's not the only factor, but, you know, they just couldn't defeat the Yemenis either way, because they're really strong. But that was kind of the big slap in the face that got the whole thing to stop, at least, you know, ostensibly. Now, my point with that is the Iranians could use the same approach and go for oil infrastructure in the region, not just by blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So you can see on the map here that choke point. They could not only block that, but they could also hit the oil infrastructure and you know, the cash cows of the countries that are actively aiding and supporting the Israelis, whether that's the UAE, whether that's Saudi Arabia. Now, honestly, that would you know, some might look at that and say, well, that's going to be a massive escalation. And yeah, I mean, it certainly could be. You'd probably be better off closing the strait than hitting the oil fields. I don't know. Like, the point here is just that these are options that we could see play out in the coming days. You know, if you had told someone, or you know, you had predicted that the Israelis would try a decapitation strike in Iran or against, you know, in Lebanon, you know, people would say you're crazy if you said this like 2 years ago, for example. So I don't think we should take anything for granted, or rather dismiss anything, you know, because it might seem a bit too far-fetched. I really think we're in a situation where all bets are off. I mean, Jesus, look at what's going on the planet. We have a proxy war against Russia with Ukraine and NATO, and this going on. Yeah, no, anything is possible. Yeah, anything is possible. This is really, we've really reached that level of crazy. And so the Israelis, as I was showing you just earlier, were hitting oil infrastructure in Iran, it seems, right? So, you know, it's not unimaginable for the Iranians to do the same, because look, whether they hit the Saudis or they hit, you know, they hit the Israelis directly, it's the same actor. I mean, Saudi Arabia is basically like an Arab version of Israel, right? Or not version, it's just, it is the Arab extension of Israel. And the UAE as well. And you need to understand that, you know. So, at the end of the day, they help the United States and the West maintain their hegemony and, you know, their power in the region. So you shouldn't consider them to be completely different entities. And it, you know, in a situation like this where you're trying to get back at the other side, I mean, yeah, let me play this clip from Mike Pompeo. Jesus, is that him? Oh, wow. Okay.
Careful who you were around in terms of large events, Jewish events. I mean, this sounds like we've gone backwards decades in terms of the threat on Jewish lives, but that's exactly what this is also about.
What on earth are they on about? I mean, it literally says there, Israeli strikes kill 4 top Iran military leaders. I think that this has nothing to do with Judaism, right? Like they keep trying to make this like, you know, oh, Iran hates Jews or something. That is so ridiculous. Iran is the largest Jewish community in the Middle East after Israel, because I mean, Israel depleted all of the Jews from Syria and Egypt and Morocco and Iraq and Yemen and brought them to Israel to, you know, increase the population size for the colony, because not enough white Jews or European Jews moved to Israel. So, you know, it had to do it by force. Like it literally ethnically cleansed Jews, you know, made them feel unsafe and made it unsafe. There's that Iran, actually, speaking of which, I want to play that clip of the Iranian Jew who like shuts down this woman in London, because I think it's relevant, because they're trying to make it out to be like, oh, it's you know, like a thing about Judaism. I mean, for God's sake, what I really don't like this distortion. They try to turn it from geopolitics into, oh yeah, it's a religious thing. It's not. No, it's not. That's another way they try to cover up the whole you know, the whole issue and their crimes. They try to make it seem like, oh well, it's anti-Semitism and so on. No, it's nothing to do with this. It's all politics. Yeah, so give me a sec. I'll find that clip and play it to you. I think it was in London. Not coming out. I'll get it in a sec. I'll just let Pompeo finish.
Harris, I actually think it's just the converse of that. I do agree this could be a very high tension, stressful, and indeed there may be an event somewhere in the world. It's not just the missiles or drones they'll fly to Israel, but the Iranian IRGC, the very leadership the Israelis destroyed last night, has been working in nearly every country around the world, including the United States of America, to plant little terror cells all across the world. Hezbollah was doing the same. So this will be a very difficult period. But in the end, this was not a reckless attack, but indeed what they did was decent and just and righteous, and will reduce risk to the Jewish diaspora around the world. And for Israel and for the United States of America, a really good set of outcomes are in the offing, so long as Israel is prepared to finish the task, and as long as the world unites to provide continued deterrence and defense to prevent Iran from conducting all kinds of attacks. I think of cyber threats that will probably be projected around the world too. Iranians have a great cyber program. So lots of vectors for them to respond. We all need to be alert and responsive and do everything we can to deter them from coming after any American anywhere in any field.
Again with this whole victimhood, and also, man, I couldn't believe that was Pompeo. Like at first I was like, what? Yeah. Well, anyway, don't really care to comment on his physical appearance. I mean, honestly, but yeah. So yeah, look. Anyway, I'm sure some of you have seen this clip. It's I think it was in Whitehall, where it was filmed in Whitehall, and there's some like Zionist talking to the camera, and then, you know, she's talking about like, oh, the Jews were kicked out of all these Arab countries. Like she's basically trying to make it sound like Arabs and Muslims have a problem with Jews, which they don't, right? She's rewriting history. And then this Iranian Jew is standing next to her, and he's like, excuse me, I'm from Iran. My family are Jewish from Iran, and the Israelis came and threw grenades in the synagogue, you know, to scare people into moving to Israel. Now, that's correct in Iraq. I don't know if they did that in Iran as well, but I know that they did this in Iraq. And yeah, and then he shut her up because it's really, you know, this is part of the whole psychological warfare. It's like they want to make it sound like, oh yeah, there's an inherent issue between Muslims and Arabs and Iranians and versus Jews. No, that's not how it is. You've got Iranians, majority are Muslim, and a tiny bit are Jewish and Christian. The same thing with Arabs. You've got Arabs who are majority Muslim, and some are Christian, and some are Jewish. These are not mutually exclusive terms or beliefs. And I mean, you know, if you looked at the majority of Palestinians today and you trace back their ancestry, they probably are more in common with the ancient Hebrews that were living in this area than any Israeli does. You know, especially people like Netanyahu, who came from Ukraine and Poland and so on. I mean, so, you know, it's got nothing to do with religion. It's got nothing to do with race. This is all about politics. It's all about you know, Western hegemony and well, there is an element, of course, you know, of racism in terms of white supremacy and Jewish supremacism. Yeah, there's definitely that. But the irony that I'm trying to point out here is that if anyone is actually closely or closer related to the ancient Israelites and Hebrews that the Israelis claim to be, it's really the Palestinians. That's the irony of all this. The sick, sad irony is that the Israelis are murdering the people that they claim to be. You know, like it's really mind-boggling, isn't it? It's really mind-boggling. Anyway, I'll find that clip. Oh, I found it. I just found it here. Yeah. So I heard when he's talking, he says Iranian Jew, but and I told you that they did this in Iraq. So maybe I'm just misheard, and he is indeed from Iraq. But anyway, he's absolutely correct on the history of the Mossad and the Israelis attacking other Jews to make them move to Israel. This is absolutely correct. And they did the same thing in Europe. You know, the Zionists did everything to make Jews move to Israel. And, you know, 100 years ago, most Jews didn't actually believe in Zionism or like Zionism, so they had to be forced into it. You know, for example, you would ask a Hungarian Jew, and they would tell you they're Hungarian first and then Jewish, and a German Jew would tell you the same thing, and a Syrian Jew would tell you the same thing. The Zionists were actually the minority, and they had to use violence and terrorism to get their whole project going, which shows you how sick the whole thing is. Anyway, I'll play the clip for you.
What do you feel about the illegal occupation in Israeli settlements, Palestinians being pulled out of their homes bulldozed?
Look, you keep going back to that. Can I just point out that very few people don't talk about the origins of all this. When you had millions of Jews who lived in North Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, they were kicked out of those areas.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but they weren't kicked out. I'm a Jewish from eastern origins, from Iraq. They weren't kicked out. The Zionists needed to throw hand grenades in a synagogue for my family to decide that it's too dangerous to live
there. Beautiful. He shut her up. Just nothing but facts, nothing but truth, nothing but history. That's it. Don't need anything else. So I'm seeing if there's any more news coming in, and these are some photos of an Israeli cruise missile intercepted and shot down, and Israeli cruise missiles and drones. So we can see that on the screen. Well, that's a serial port on one of them, but anyway, yeah, you can see parts of the engine and so on. So this is from Matt, and you know this whole claim that, well, you know, the UK had nothing to do with the attack, and you saw the UK ambassador to the UN saying, "Oh, this is utterly irresponsible," blah 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 blah. Yeah, so as suspected, that was a lie, and look at this. So a Voyager refueling aircraft. Voyager is the name of the plane, or the model. Hold on, I'm just trying to center this for you. Move it. Yeah. So defense officials and the UK ambassador, as I showed you, claimed that you know, no RAF aircraft took part in defending Israel, from the drone strikes, but Starmer quietly deployed a refueling aircraft from Cyprus just hours before the Iranian night operation began. Right? So, again, they think we're stupid, and then you know, they can get away with this like under cover of darkness. But we see these planes taking off every day, helping them in Gaza with the genocide, and of course they took part in this. You know, this is. We know this, and they did this last time. This is nothing surprising, nothing new, but it's good to have the evidence. And Matt also posted this underneath. So this is the UK military Voyager KC-3's flight path back to base last night. It turned its transponder off the coast of transponder on off the coast of North Israel. It arrived back at RAF Akrotiri, that's the airbase, on Cyprus at 11:54 after 3 hours in the sky. Very strange route back. Yeah, indeed. Doesn't match up, does it? So I'll just let that play for a second. You can get an idea of what's going on. All right. So the reason they turn the transponder off is to avoid leaving a record of the the crime, basically. So it's very clear what happened. I mean, they basically gone and helped them refuel and then come back. And they need to do that because bombing Iran and shooting down the drones, you need to stay in the air for quite a while. And so it's not just surveillance that they're helping the Israelis with. It's obviously other material forms of support. And seeing these kinds of stupid statements from Germany, I mean, just like verbal diarrhea about, we condemn the, basically calling what Israel's doing right to self-defense is really, it's incredible. So look at this from the German Foreign Office saying the situation in the Middle East has escalated and it's alarming. Israel has carried out targeted strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities. Well, why don't they condemn that? This is illegal after all under international law. It's not targeting nuclear facilities is definitely prohibited by the Geneva Convention, and I mean, do I really need to explain this and why it's dangerous and illegal? I mean, if you look at the UN Charter under Article 51, just regardless what Israel hit, regardless what it attacked, they have the right to self-defense. And trying to frame this as it's an escalation, like it's a brawl in a pub or something, or two people getting in a fight at a bus stop. No, this is an act of war carried out by Israel, and the Iranians are just defending themselves. So it's I don't know, it's just incredible how they want to turn facts and reality upside down, and we're supposed to go along with this madness. And then the Israelis show off. Look at this on Twitter, how they show off. So they put up eliminated, like they're playing a video game. 9 senior scientists and experts responsible for advancing the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons program. Again, they don't actually have a weapons program, but when has Israel ever cared about facts? All of the eliminated scientists and experts eliminated based on intelligence were key factors in the development of Iranian nuclear weapons that don't exist. Their elimination is a significant blow to the regime's ability to acquire weapons of mass destruction. So, I mean, just to be clear, if it's okay for the Israelis to bomb residential areas and to murder civilians and scientists because they perceive an imaginary weapons program, or just let's say that Iran actually has the weapons, right? For sake of argument. So it's okay to just bomb a country because you're afraid they have nuclear weapons. Does that mean Iran and I don't know, Djibouti or whoever can bomb Israel because Israel actually has nuclear weapons, right? It's not hypothetical. And given Israel's behavior, Djibouti, for example, is concerned about those nuclear weapons being used. Is that the precedent and the logic that's being set here? And the same question can be asked of America, right? Bombed Iraq over imaginary weapons of mass destruction. Can someone bomb the United States because they actually do have nuclear weapons, right? And they have used them against civilians. So actually, there's really like a factual precedent of them being unhinged. So is it okay for Tanzania or, I don't know, China to go and just disarm the US? Explain to me why it isn't. What's the criteria here? Is it okay for Western countries to do it and their FOBs to do it, but not anyone else? What's the criteria? Explain it to me. Oh, I just realized we haven't played a crab dance in ages. I forgot about the crab dance. What with this whole terrorism crap. Thank you, Magda, and thank you, Carol, for signing up on Patreon. I appreciate it very much. I'll see if I can get the crab dance up. Again, they cleared out all my gear, so I don't know if I even have it still. I'll try and play this and hope it works. And thank you to everyone who's supporting the show. There's the GoFundMe and the PayPal and Patreon. If you guys can donate, really appreciate it. I haven't been able to rebuild everything, but most of the stuff I've been able to kind of replace, but not really. I mean, anyway, they definitely tried to cripple my work. But I'm gonna try playing crab dance for you guys to say thank you. Here goes. Didn't work. Damn it, I'm really sorry. I hyped you up right there, and maybe this one works. Nope, that did not work either. That is a shame. I'm sorry. I'll get that fixed up for next time. I'll get it fixed up for next time. Okay. But yeah, I appreciate all the donations and all the support. And so I'm trying to check if there's any more incoming, any more updates and stuff. But honestly, I'm completely overwhelmed with all of this stuff happening. So like I want to try and cut this live stream up into segments, but I don't even have the time or the energy or the manpower to do it. So if anyone is kind enough to actually do it, I'd really be grateful, because I'm really swamped with this legal stuff and with the book and everything. I think that's by design. I think it's what they intended, is to basically cripple my work and make it difficult to do even simple things. So any help would be appreciated, if anyone has the time or the will to do that. I'm just going to leave this up as it is, of course, anyway, but that would really help. And I think make it easier also to consume the live stream in smaller bits for other people who want to focus maybe on one aspect of this war. Because I've talked about basically everything here, I've gone into detail on all the aspects as much as I could, especially towards the first half of the stream. The last half of the stream is more than just me giving you updates as they've come in. But, there's a more formal structure towards the beginning. Anyway, I'm going to have constant updates for you on Twitter, in case you're not following me already there. I always forget to promote it. I don't really do that for some reason. But this is the Twitter account if you want to follow. So it's at Richie Medhurst. And of course on Instagram as well. Just type Richard Medhurst and you'll find me. And if you're new here, please consider subscribing. And I think I do a pretty fair job of covering international relations. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll definitely try and stream more often, and I mean, screw it, why not? Let's just get back into the whole rhythm. Just be good if someone could help me out with, basically housekeeping, like making the videos, or cutting them up rather, and having thumbnails for them, this kind of stuff. Anyway, I appreciate it very much. Please make sure you like the live stream and share it, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Masalam.